Times like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, here we go. Hey, Miss Dog Lover. And I know it's like 8 hours difference over there in England. So you guys, of course, we're going to be doing a live on Sebastian Rogers again. Melissa from American Justice is joining me as well again. And yeah, so we're going to go over basically when me and Melissa were on the live yesterday. And of course, you guys know that Jennifer Coffindaffer was on the earlier live. So I want to again say how grateful I am to Jennifer for that, you know, and Nick the Hat was in the chat as well and had done a donation. But if anyone doesn't know, so for Jennifer Coffindaffer personally, back in the day of Delphi, a lady named Stacy Tolleson had told me about Jennifer Coffindaffer. And so that's when I became aware of who Jennifer was. And that was back in like 2020, I believe it was, for Jennifer. And as for Nick the Hat, followed the Danielle Cavalcante case. And actually, let me see if I still have it, because let me see if I still have that or not. Oh, yes, there we go. So if Nick happens to see this live, Nick should know in the right-hand corner of this, the logo. So that logo is from Daniel Cavalcante case because JLR and Nick were very pivotal in providing us information for the Daniel Cavalcante case. Do you remember that case, Melissa, yourself?
No.
Melissa?
But my
no, okay.
brain is fried right now.
Okay, no problem. So yeah, Daniel Cavalcante, he had escaped from the whatever it was, correctional center thing. And anyways, so there was this manhunt for Daniel Cavalcante. He had basically committed a crime over in his own country. Then he fled, and then he siphoned his way into the United States and committed another heinous crime there. And so anyways, he managed to escape. And yeah, there was this massive manhunt. But JLR and Nick the Hat were very pivotal because they were boots on the ground. And so as Nick was sitting or in the area, or was this one JLR? I'm trying to remember. Actually, I can't remember. I think this one might have been JLR. Anyways, there was this cone that was there. It's a tilted cone that was out, and there was always this focus on this cone, right? Because we're just kind of, waiting for updates and stuff like that. And anyways, so then I remember this person named this cone Eileen. And I thought that was the perfect name for it. So anyways, so this cone is from the Danielle Cavalcante case. And anyways, again, that's where I became of Nick the Hat. And of course, he's the one that has talked to Dog the Bounty Hunter and got him involved in the Sebastian Rogers case. And so, yeah, so he's a good dude, always he's in it for the true good reasons, right? And so anyways, if he does see that, yeah, the Cavalcante case was hilarious. Yeah, it was. So with that case, what happened was is that the police had this whole one area surrounded, right? And it was believed that he was in this area. And so somehow he managed to get by all the police and escape. And next thing you know, he is like stolen some dairy farmer truck or whatever. And he was totally in a different spot. And the police were sitting here surrounding this place for days on there. They ended up catching him finally, of course, but like I said, it was quite hilarious in the sense of it was almost like this person that kept just eluding the police no matter what. But anyways, and JLR sat on the porch next to the guy with the shotgun. Okay, so anyway, well, let's go. We'll put our focus back to Sebastian, but that's what I again about Calvaconte was for Nick the Hat. Like I said, so that's where I know him from, and of course, him following the Sebastian Rogers case. So anyway, so me and Melissa yesterday had talked, and Melissa said that something in her gut, right, Melissa, was telling you that you wanted to work on a timeline for Sebastian Rogers, correct?
Yeah, and that has totally went haywire.
Wait, your voice sounds really low.
Can you
Let's
hear
see
me better
here.
now?
Yeah, I'll make it louder. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, something in my gut just said I needed to do it, and that has totally went haywire because I have the brain of a squirrel.
When we get older, well, I'm the same way too. I got the brain of a squirrel too. It's like over here, over here, over here, over here, over here. And then honestly, nowadays I need to watch something like a couple times just to absorb the information again. Because
So
there's so
remember
much
how
of it.
yesterday we said it was annoying to start, stop, start, stop? I
Yeah.
have been doing that for like the last 6 hours.
Oh, but you've been doing that for the sake of the timeline in a sense. Well, timeline and just things that were said on the Duchess interview, the very first one. Is that what you
Yeah.
mean? Yeah.
Yeah. So far, I've gotten through the Duchess interview, the first one. I've gotten through one and a half of the 911 call, or well, two and a half of the 911 calls. And so I'm slowly working my way to the timeline part of it. I haven't even got to the point of actually making the timeline yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I was going to say, so don't forget, Melissa, what's really important there is as you're looking at these, say, videos of creators, don't forget to look at the date that they were created on. So obviously, we know that the Duchess was the first interview of that, but you can always click on that thing where it says the month. It might say 9 months, but if you click on that, it will tell you the actual date. Because one thing that was always very important was having the dates in, like, for me, in the chronological order of when they did an interview, right? Because it shows you what they said in this one, what was not said or said in this one, and in chronological order type of idea. So if you didn't think to do that, remember to do that when are looking at an interview. Mm, 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 mm.
I have been trying to figure out how to do that. So I'm glad you told me that because I'm sitting here going 9 months ago, but if they're 2 days apart, that's still 9 months ago. How do I fix this?
Right.
So I'm
And
glad you
all
told
you
me that because that's going to
Yeah.
help when I get to the timeline part.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and so you just click on the 9 months, and then it will pop up in the right-hand corner the actual date it was, or even might show you there. I'd have to look again, but yeah. But yeah, so now, so just to quickly recap here. So like I said, Melissa and we were talking about, of course, Sebastian's timeline. Now, I had done one, but I had stopped. I think it was back in I think it was April at the time. You know, I had watched like the first 5 interviews and then realized that there was a couple more in there that I forgot about, in a sense. But anyways, so I had created this, like what you see up here, right? It was Sebastian's timeline, and I had just made a whole thing about it at the time. But then since then, there has been some more information, you know, that has come through. So it was kind of like February 25th, you know, went through the date, February 26th, and on and put in. So there's only a few slight changes to this, to be honest with you, because it's not like there was you know, there wasn't like a ton more to add to it, but there are a few things to update to it. And then this was Sebastian Rogers' likes and dislikes, you know, his personality and stuff like that. So yeah, so Melissa's is going to be, say, more detailed. So, and then that was the rudder. That's when they were giving out flyers and stuff. So this is kind of obsolete a little bit, but Melissa's is going to be more, I would say, detailed, in the fact that she's like, I'll pull yours up in a minute, but it's more detailed in the fact of the interview and kind of like things that popped out and stuff like that. So, but we'll get into that in just a bit, okay, with Melissa on that one. Because okay, so remember we were talking about the thud, right? And you said, and I was kicking myself because I didn't ask Jennifer that about the thud. But I had watched her red flags video, you know, but of course, after whatever, a few weeks or whatever, you don't remember everything that's in something until you go back and listen to it. So as I was watching it, on the red flags, the one here, let me actually just stop screen for a second. Present, let's see, Windows, where's Jennifer's? This one? Yeah, right here. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so this one's called Talking Facts and Foul Play. Okay, so of course, if you obviously don't know who Jennifer Coffindoffer is, her YouTube channel, which is, you know, really been recent, you know, in the last few months and stuff like that, that she's been doing it. Again, she was, you know, had, like she said, Apple, Spotify. I remember that on Twitter when she had said she was, I think, doing that. And then she had, like I said, done a YouTube channel, which I thought was wonderful. And it's called Break the Case with Jennifer Coffindoffer, which I think is a great name, to be honest with you. And simple, to the point, and I don't know, just a good name. But anyway, so this information is what she thought about the thud, Melissa. And so that way, so we actually technically then didn't miss out on it because it was in her red flags video. And so let's see here. So I'm going to play that, okay, Melissa? And we'll just get her thoughts on the whole thud.
Or had something, and then it became a noise, a loud noise, then it became a thud. It really challenge you all to look, if you know, just so you know where I'm getting this from. I'm getting this from Katie Proudfoot herself, from digesting and perusing all her different statements she has made. It's progressed. What the thud noise, or sorry, I'm doing backwards. Thud, loud noise, sounded like he was playing with something, right? And she doesn't go in. She says, it's time to go to bed. Stop it. Whatever you're doing, get to bed. It's fine. I'm not going to judge her for that. But I find it very interesting, the progression of how she describes this noise. Let me tell you why. And I'm not saying this happened. I'm saying what I have seen in my experience. What I have seen in my experience is that people, when they are involved in a situation where they are either covering or involved in a child being hurt, that oftentimes they will foreshadow and say things like, I heard something. I heard a thud. I heard something noisy. Why? I'm not saying again, Katie is doing this. I'm saying I've seen it in my experience because they're trying to explain, if that child is found, why they might have bruises, why they might have an injury that could be life-threatening. Oh, that must have been when I heard that thud. That must have been that. So I'm not saying that here. I am just saying I've seen that. Secondarily, I want to say I am raising this as a red flag only in the fact that Katie wasn't consistent from moment one. This is your child that's missing, and you are making statements about it. Most people, it doesn't elevate from, well, I think he might have been, I think she first said something like messing with something. It sounded like he was, playing with something, to a loud thud, right? You start off with the loud thud. Oh my gosh, the night he went missing, I remember a loud thud. If this is the truth, right? When it's not truthful, you hear progressions and you hear missteps and misstatements. Now, giving her the benefit of the doubt, maybe she just didn't phrase it right at the beginning. Maybe as she thought about it, she realized, you know what, that was pretty loud. I probably should say loud thud. For you all to consider, but for me, it raises a red flag. So I've got another red flag standing up just in terms of the veracity of Katie Proudfoot, specifically about what happened that night with the noise and Sebastian. All right.
Stop that there. So, okay. So let's talk about that thud noise, and like you said, and the foreshadowing, and again, and how Katie has termed that. So I'll get your thoughts first there, Melissa.
I fully agree, because you don't hear a thud or a noise or your child playing with something or whatever she wants to classify it as today and not go in there and say, what are you doing? I told you to go to bed. You need to go to bed. You need to go to sleep. You have school in the morning, whatever. But you're going to go in there. You're going to check. And she has consistently said, from what I understand, and I haven't got all the discrepancies yet done, but that she did not go and check on this noise that she heard. Whether it's a thud or your child playing with something, how do you not go check?
Okay, so
and for me, it's like, are you explaining it now so you can explain it away later?
Let's again go back to that for a sec. So we know in the Duchess interview, that's when Christopher had interjected, and let me make something perfectly clear, that me and the mom were on the phone at about 9:43 or 9:46 to close to basically 12 o'clock. So remember, he interjects there to say that. So that's why for a long time I was waiting, because this is what I deem as like when stories kind of like they're said here and not said here. And then the first time that I actually heard Christopher Proudfoot, reference about when they were talking about, I think the thud, but anyways, was on the web sleuths, because I was kind of like going, well, how come we've never heard of it again since, right? And so about like this thud per se. But I remember on the web sleuths, I was finally like that, but I was thinking to myself, if Katie heard this thud, was she too lazy to get up because she was on the phone with Christopher, and is that what prevented her from kind of getting up And, because like I said, during that thought it happened, but there was the first time, like, because I was waiting for Christopher to kind of like, like acknowledge that this thud was heard, not just that he was talking to his wife, but that the thud was heard, you know. So if she's on the phone and she hears a thud, because Christopher, seems to be very vocal about a lot of things, you know, why did he never seem to mention until the web sleuths about the thud on the phone, to that point, right? It took, because like I said, the phone call part was talked about, but not about the thud within that Duchess interview, so that always struck me as strange. And another part that always struck me as strange in that Duchess interview was when the Duchess started talking about, that night. She was talking about, shoot, what was I just gonna say? I did this to myself with Jennifer the other day too. It's like the thought was right there, and then my brain just got tired and exploded on me. Go ahead. So hold on. Anyways, I'll let you go from there, and I know it's going to come back to me in a second what I was going to reference to on that one.
Okay, my thought on that, and I've thought about this long and hard, and I hate giving that man any benefit of the doubt. I do. I messaged you earlier. I'm ready to, my head's about to blow. But is it possible that on the phone, when they were talking, he didn't hear it? Is it possible that it was loud enough for her to hear it, but it wasn't loud enough to go across the phone for him to hear it? Thus, in later interviews after they're talking at home, she's like, well, I heard this thud. Did you hear it? And he's like, no.
Hold on. Well, hold on to that though, because obviously she's on the phone. And remind me in a second, because I did remember what I was going to say. But remind me so I don't forget about Katie sleeping at about 10 o'clock. Okay, so obviously, if she is talking to him on the phone, and while she's talking to him, she says to Sebastian, it's not that he had to hear the thud. It's the fact that during the conversation, she says, basically, Sebastian, did you fall out of your bed? And he says, no, ma'am. So obviously, if he's on the other end of the phone, he would have either heard, like, because obviously if she's talking to him, he would have heard Katie say, Sebastian, did you fall out of your bed? Right? So it wouldn't be really a question of him hearing it, more that he knows that something had happened because she's talking to him at that same time. And as I was
And I
going to
agree with that. I agree with that. He should have heard that.
Right. If it's
and that's
all
why
true.
I can't. Yes, that's the thing. If it's true, it's coming from them.
Right.
No offense. It's coming from people I don't trust.
Right. Because that didn't get brought into the story till later, right? So it was never talked about up until I don't know how many interviews later about the thud. And on Nancy Grace, again, when they're talking about the thud, the way Katie phrased it was just a thud. And that always pissed me off, that term that she used, that it was just a thud. And it's because obviously as a parent, when you're using the word thud, that's like as if when somebody jumps up on the floor, like she said, like, or falls out of bed, something that creates that sound of a thud, a window closing, thud, so that's not just like a slight noise. It's something that would, to me, demand your attention because it's a loud thud that would require me to go check on my child. But because she's on the phone, right? Like I said, so if this is true, I'm taking this as the fact of Katie just didn't do her due diligence as a mother, but that's how a lot of us would have gotten up and gone to check on, their child regardless, but not every parent would have done that, right? it just, I know I would have for sure, because I know how I am, have been as a mother for my son. So it's definitely something I would have. But don't get me wrong, there's a lot of parents out there that it's just a thud, you know. Okay, well, whatever you're doing, just get to bed. And because she's on the phone, according to Chris and Katie, that she probably just hey Sebastian, okay, hey Chris, but one of the things I wanted to say about that was that when the Duchess first was talking to them about that day, if you recall now, since you've been listening to it, she says that, and so Katie was asleep on the couch. And then it's kind of like, wait, what? What do you mean she's asleep on the couch? Because you've already, like, you're talking about a phone call. So how was she asleep? And then if you notice, Christopher Proudfoot kind of goes back and references that and says, yes, it's true. The mom was falling asleep and I told her to get up and, put the dogs to bed. I always thought there was something strange about that because, just because when the Duchess, the creator, had said that, according to you, Katie had fallen asleep on, on the couch. So there's a difference between saying almost, was almost falling asleep. So it's almost like he'd gone back to like almost correct that, but it struck me as odd that it was said that she was sleeping. So she's pretty much sleeping while she's talking to you then.
That's what I thought too. It's like he said that, and I'm like, how are you having a conversation and her being
on the phone,
I believe, quote unquote, almost asleep at the same time? And for me, a thud is a loud, like a falling. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Something heavy hitting the ground is a thud to me. And as a parent, I don't see how you don't go check on your child.
Well, you know what? And the thing is that kind of like what Jennifer said there too, right? It's like, it's easy for people to judge on this one, but but if truth counts here, because I have always been a very diligent mother when it comes to my child. My job is and was and whatever. Like he was his dad in Whitecourt. He's 28 years old. Okay, he just turned 28. But meaning for me personally, I'm a very protective mother. And so if I even thought for a second that my son was hurt or anything had happened to him, my ass is right there checking, because that's the way I am. But that's not the way a lot of parents are by the same token, so that's where it's kind of what I would do or what you would do. I know that there's a lot of parents that wouldn't do the same, because to them, it's just kind of like, oh, he's horsing around. And, because not everyone has that same care or thinking that we say do, so it's one of those things that, yes, it's hard to judge, but meaning I would have thought you would think that when a parent hears that, but I just know I would. But I know that there's a lot of people that also wouldn't, because they're too lazy.
But we have to take into account too, if it's normal for you to hear a thud or whatever noise, right? You're not necessarily going to go check because it's normal. But if it's abnormal, then you're going to go check. So were thuds and noises coming from his room a normal occurrence? Like, that is a question that I have for her. And I want her to answer it, not loudmouth.
Yeah, I know. And that has been one of the main issues. And you guys that are watching or in chat right now, let me know if you guys agree. And let's see. Hey, Charmaine. How you doing, chica? Miss you. One day, Charmaine will join the live again. When she has time for us. Okay, so sorry. Repeat what you just said there again, just to make sure that everyone heard that.
So if it's a normal occurrence that you hear a thud, you may not go check on it because it's something you're used to hearing. It's something normal in your routine. But if
Mhm.
it's not something normal and you hear it, would you not expect yourself to go check on it? But that
Mhm.
is a question you have to ask her. Was this a normal occurrence that after you told Sebastian to go to bed, that he would be in there playing or dropping
Mhm.
stuff or jumping around or whatever? Was this something normal after you would tell him to go to bed? But we want her to answer these questions, not the loudmouth sitting next to her.
Right. A- and again, so that's the thing, right? Like I was saying there, and again, put your comments in the chat there. Has what pissed you off with Katie Proudfoot is honestly because you simply have wanted to hear from Katie and not Chris, right? And that is the part that has annoyed most people from the start. Because now, let me just go back to this with you, okay? So you watched for the first time in depth the Duchess interview. You listened to it, watched it today. Okay, and then you took notes through all of your different, like I said, findings within that video. As you were telling me earlier, tell me about the shift change. Tell me about how you were taking it at first and how it shifted to your thoughts on that live in particular. Because me and Charmaine, after this live, right, the first live, me and her were both like, basically, oh my God, that, yeah, Christopher Proudfoot's just a controller, narcissist. Anyways, but your thoughts, okay? Since you fully had watched it now.
Okay, so like when you had first showed this and stuff, I listened to it, maybe not with the depth that I did, definitely not with the depth I did today. And so since I decided to do this deep dive into it, I guess, and really look at it, Katie and Chris entered the live chat 23 minutes or and some odd seconds into the live. And within a minute, Katie Proudfoot started talking. And I felt for her. I did.
Same.
My heart broke for her. And when she was talking about how he said, I love you, mama, and I love you, puppies, I felt the emotion was there. And it was, let me look here. Okay. Chris Proudfoot took over at 24 minutes in and 55 seconds. They entered at 23:18. So 2 minutes in, he overtook her. He started talking. Maybe it was because she was emotional. I don't know. But he then started cutting her off and everything else. And then again, let's go back to they entered the chat at 23:18 in this video. And at 26:10, I was like, what? So I went back and at 25:59, 25 minutes in and 59 seconds, Chris Proudfoot cut her off and says to make something very crystal clear so that way there is transparency across the board. And he had an attitude, like for no apparent reason. He had this massive attitude switch 3.5 minutes in, and I'm going, what the frick? What? Why do you have an attitude right now? There was nothing being talked about that they should have had an attitude or he should have had an attitude. So when that happened, my brain switched from sympathy for them to something ain't right here. My spidey senses went up. And then I just started really looking at it. And it was just the timestamps and stuff, we'll get into that, but it was like, wow, you went within 4 minutes, I think it was like 3.5 minutes in to this massive attitude towards the Duchess for no reason. And it was like you could hear the switch in the tone. And he was already over talking her. But at that point, Katie was talking for herself for the most part.
Right.
She was emotional, yes, which is why I felt for her. And then all of a sudden, he started taking over, and then his attitude just totally changed because to make something very crystally clear. And I'm like, where did that come from?
Which he says all the time now. But yes, absolutely agree. Like, and that's about, and so you know what, exactly what you're saying, I just want to say so far, Melissa, is exactly the same thing I felt. I felt sadness, I felt sincerity going on, and we were listening to more of Katie, and then all of a sudden, Christopher Proudfoot, right, like you said, there was this shift change, and then it was like, whoa, like holy controller, and he started like taking over and talking, but anyways, so yeah, so me and Charmaine had, like I said, after this first interview, I remember us talking in our private chat going like, holy controller asshole. Anyways, go on.
Right, his narcissist button clicked on.
Good to see you, Karen. Go ahead. So go ahead.
But it's like the narcissistic part of him, he just couldn't hide it for more than 4 minutes. That's the way I seen it. But after that, as much as I hate to say it, not just my attitude towards him and the way I viewed it towards him, but then I started not feeling the true sincerity as much as I had from her. I still heard her crying and stuff like that, and I still heard her talking through tears, but it changed my whole perception of them as a couple. Because if that were me, I would have been like, you weren't there, shut the fuck up.
But that's just it. That's not how yeah, go ahead.
And so it's like she just turned into this little meek, weak person that she is still portraying to this day. When, honey, you were talking fine for yourself beforehand. And then he just utterly took over. And he took over before that. As you can see, I have who said what, because when I go to do the timeline, I want to know exactly who said it and the timestamp to back it up. That's why I did the timestamps and not the timeline, because the timestamps and the notes are going to help me make the timeline. Right. And she was talking fine for herself. And then he took over at about a minute and a half in because she seemed emotional. Whether or not it was genuine or not at that time, I felt like it was. And then she would try to talk. And so he said, at one point, he said that between the hours of 12 and 6, he just basically vanished, like, no big deal. And it was his tone when he said it, not just the words. It was the tone he had when he said it. And then he's like, just basically vanished. It's like, you don't basically vanish, first of all. You could have said went missing. Anything besides vanished. That word is what stuck out in that. And then he went on to say he just walked out the front door and it was locked and he's just gone. And when he said the word gone, he put emphasis on it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You guys just got to go back and watch it, or Sonny, you can play it. I don't know. But when he said the word gone, he put an extra emphasis on the word gone. And he said that he was at work. And then Katie was talking about how she was falling asleep on the couch around 10 o'clock and that,
right,
she went to bed around midnight. And it's like, how were you falling asleep at 10, but you were on the phone till midnight? So you were half asleep when you called him. Like, I was still trying to process that
Meet
when
same. Yeah.
Christopher Proudfoot took over and just got an attitude. And it's like, whoa.
Because now just to go back to that 10 o'clock one though. So the phone call is between 9:43 and 9:46. So we're talking in 14 minutes of their call starting that she fell asleep on the couch at around 10. Come on, like 14 minutes, you're all of a sudden three sheets to the wind.
What did you take to make you fall asleep in that amount of time? Because I need some.
Right. So that you understand why that does seem odd. Like, so you're literally just calling. And not only that, but don't forget later on, we do learn that Katie says that she was doing some schoolwork for this course she was taking that we heard on Nancy Grace. So there was also that. But like I said, so yeah, so 14 minutes into a call, you're asleep on the couch. And then, like, as you know, he goes back and references that later. Yes, but he said, yes, mom was falling asleep on the couch, but I told her to get up and put the dogs or something like that. But your phone call's still about 2 hours long. Like, it's about 2 hours and 15 minutes, this phone call, 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes total. So it's at 10 that she's falling asleep, but you're telling her to go put up the dogs, like to get up, so that just doesn't mesh. 14 minutes into a phone call.
Well, see, for me, that did mesh.
It did mesh.
Because if I've been on the phone with somebody and they're like, hey, you're lagging off, you're not talking as much, you're clearly tired, you need to get up and go to bed, So could the almost asleep be that their conversation was trailing off? Now, let me put it, as he would say, crystal clear.
2 more hours.
Exactly. You then get off the phone. You don't spend another 2 hours on the phone.
But that's why it doesn't mesh. That's exactly why it doesn't mesh.
Yeah, at first it did. Right? At first it did. Because I was like, oh, he's telling her, hey, baby, you're getting really sleepy. Get up, put the dogs up, go to bed. I understand that. And that part meshed. And then when you're on the phone another 2 hours, your story now no longer makes sense to me.
Right. Exactly. So that's exactly it. At first you're thinking, okay, it meshed. And then you're like, wait, hold on. You've only been on the phone for like 14 minutes, basically 50 minutes, let's say. And you would say that if she was falling asleep towards the end of the conversation, like, hey, sweetheart, I know you're tired, you're almost falling asleep here. Why don't you get up and put the dogs away and get to bed? That would make sense. But not saying that she was falling asleep. And, so I told her to, get up off the couch and go put the dogs away. Like, if she's falling asleep at 10 o'clock, which is 14 minutes into it, then it doesn't mesh anymore. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. Yeah. And one thing I want to point out, where I have here at 2610, Christopher Proudfoot's words, and I'll get into it more later on as well, because there's several times I put in here, me and the mom. Mm-hmm. What? You don't normally, I don't think he still refers to her as the mom. He refers to her as Katie. So that is out of normal for me. And it's the way he says it, as in a detached manner. The mom of the kid, the boy. He keeps saying the whatever. And it's like the dad, the mom, the kid, the boy at one time. And it's like, why are you saying it like that? Because you are just making yourself look bad. And later on, he goes into talking about how people are looking at him bad. And I'm sitting here going, it's because of your words, you idiot.
Exactly.
But he said that me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening, and that they stayed up on the phone for quite some time, and that the call logs had been verified by the police department, TBI included. These, if it's in quotes, it is a direct quote of what he said. And I felt like his tone changed at that point again, from the let me be perfectly clear to I am now reading off of something. I'm not telling, because the rest of the statements where it's the mom, the boy, it's like he's reading. And Then he at one point will state that they have been cleared, all three of them. And I'm sitting here going, that's
Well,
not what the TBI says.
well, okay. So before you go into that one, I want to go back to your 2610 there. He says that the call logs have been verified by all the police departments. He would not know the answer to that. He would have given their phones over, right? But he couldn't use the word verified as if he knew that they verified all that, because they're not going to tell him that, right? That's not information. So,
Exactly.
yes, when the phones were handed over, like I think the second day, I think it was, I think it was that Seth had said second day, I believe it was. But anyways, right. So to use the word verified, and that's the part where Christopher just full on, you know, like lays these claims, like when he said that he took the polygraph test and stuff like that. It's like, you know, and then he tries to, like, the thing was is that he clearly on one said that he took the polygraph test, and then there was another one when someone asked, you know, did you both pass the polygraph test, and his answer was yes. And then he tried to play that off like people are stupid, and said, and this is why, like, my point to that is, why are you lying? What was the reason for you lying? Either it's because of your self-absorbed ego, because, you know, when somebody asks you a question, why wouldn't you have just have said, Katie passed the test? Because you tried to play it off like people were stupid and said, well, I didn't say who passed the test. I just said yes. No, because I ended up showing the receipts for the one where he said he passed the polygraph test. But anyways, but he tries to play people off like they're stupid. But the bottom line is, why is he doing that? What reason would someone do that, right? So you look at it because, you know, either they want to start looking better in the public eye. So I'm just going to say, yeah, you know what? Yes, pass the polygraph test, you know, to take off from himself. But why? So that just shows you right there that he is a person that uses words, or thinks he's being smart and uses words to his advantage, kind of like the word vacation. Did you go on vacation, Chris? Vacation? No. You know, and it's just like, did you want me to word it a little bit better for you so that you could say, you know what I mean? So he does that. But anyways, okay. So I just wanted to clarify that about the verified, because he says verified, he uses the word cleared, right? Uses the word passed, polygraph test, whatever. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, he definitely does that. He like tries to make it look like he's in a better light than he is. So when he says that the TBI included, you know, you've got to remember, it says right there, this was day 8. Okay. They have not had time to go through and verify all of this, in his words, and get back to him and tell him that it's verified that they were on the phone, because later on, which we'll get into, there's other things going on. So it's like, you can't use those words. And I hate to say it, but his words are what is making him and Katie look so guilty. Not
Right.
necessarily her words, although there are a couple times I did put in here that Katie's words have made her look bad. But Christopher Proudfoot's words are what is affecting the public's perception of him and Katie. And it's that
Absolutely.
simple, to put it like he likes to say it, to make it perfectly clear. Christopher Proudfoot, your words
Mhm.
are fucking damning y'all too.
Yeah. And that's what we were talking about yesterday, because that's my thing, is that like this perception, and has made Katie and Chris, because of his words and how he says things, and, you know, just the oddity, plus with the oddities, it has put them in a bad light because of this narcissistic, egotistical personality that loves to control the narrative of things, you know, and this is what has set the tone in motion for especially how they are being perceived.
Yes, exactly. It's like, you know, when Katie first started talking and she was talking for herself, I felt for her. I
Same.
did. I was like, you know, I feel for
Yeah.
you. And then he took over. And then
Hmm.
her attitude and her tone. and the word she's saying changed, which we'll get into, because like I said, there's times in here that I've put her where she has said something and I'm like, that don't, why are you wording it like that?
Yeah. So continue on with your timeline thing here.
So, like I said before, it really seemed like he was just reading off of a script that maybe him and Katie had sat down and prepared together. Maybe he had sat down and prepared it and she looked over it because of some of the wording. I'm not sure. So at 26:22, Christopher Proudfoot said, "We stayed on the phone. It was a very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I said, hey, you need to wake up and put the dogs up, go to bed." And
Right.
then he said that was right around or just before midnight. And I'm like, okay, well, first of all, what is slightly start to falling asleep? Because that's I wrote it as he was saying it. I'm like, first of all, your language skills are horrible here, dude.
Yeah.
But what is slightly starting to fall asleep?
Right. And I
Like,
get
is she
that.
just trailing off?
Right. Because I mean, I get that. Like, so that I can understand. Like, I can understand being on a phone. I've been on long conversations and you start falling asleep, because you're getting tired as the time is going on. So I can understand, slightly starting to fall asleep on the couch. Like I said, just because that is something when you do spend hours on a phone, and if you're tired and you've been doing stuff all day and blah, 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 blah. But again, it goes back to, but I thought that was around 10 o'clock. And then,
Exactly, but they don't get off till midnight.
right, just before midnight. Yeah. So again, people, please, it's not a 3-hour conversation. And the conversation, according to the Proudfoots, that's been verified, is a 2-hour conversation. It starts at 9:45 and it ends at approximately 11:45. So that's 2 hours.
Yeah,
Just
so
that when
it's like,
people hear, go ahead.
like you said, I can understand it if you got off the phone then, but not
Mhm.
getting off the phone hours later.
Mhm. Right. So, but the thing is that it's not just us that feels the oddity. There's other people. So, meaning when you're listening to something and something doesn't sound right to the ear, right, it sticks out. So, this stuck out to my ear as well. This stuck out obviously to your ear and to other people's ears. And it's because it doesn't sound, fluid. It doesn't sound like it's like, flowing. And that's where it catches you because you're like, wait, what? Huh? 10 o'clock this? Wait, what? And then, she's almost falling asleep and you're just trying to make sense of it because it doesn't fully make sense. And those are the things that, catch you as red flags, or things that just, like I said, if it doesn't sound right to the ear, grandma always said that's because there's something about that.
My mom and grandma and even my English teacher used to say, if it doesn't sound right when you hear it, it's probably not right. And of course, the English teacher was talking about other stuff, and that has stuck with me because here again, let's keep in mind, he has referred to her. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep. So he's referring to her again as
As
mom.
mom.
So it almost makes me feel like he wrote this. But then why would you call her mom? She's not your mom.
The word, when he used the word mom, myself, did anybody in chat find that strange a bit? You know, like that did kind of give me through, like, why, like, because he uses the word Katie all the time now. He doesn't use the word mom, so like anymore. But it was like, yes, like it's almost like he was being politically correct or something, like saying, and yes, so the mom, and I'm just like, that's weird. Why don't you just saying Katie? Like, but anyway, so I did find it odd when somebody's. It's kind of like when JLR talks in third party about himself, and he makes it. That's that kind of odd that I'm talking about when someone uses the word mom as if they've, separated themselves from, like Katie, da 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 da, and it comes off as more business-like or more, whatever you want to call it, distancing, whatever. But anyways, go ahead.
So, I mean, like you said, he refers to her as Katie. So, in this first interview, 8 days after he's missing, it's like mom this, the mom that. And it's like it doesn't sound right. So then he said at 26:45 into the video, these are not times that it was said. These are timestamps within the video. So if somebody wants to go watch it, this is the timestamps that I have marked out that just for some reason struck me. So then he said, so then mom, again, he uses mom, does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake up her son, up
Yeah.
and get him ready for school. And now
Not
we have a worried
our
mom
son.
who can't find her son.
Okay, stop what right there for a second, because I gotta touch on that quickly. Exactly. And how many times after do you hear them saying, well, we use the word our son because we think of them as our son, right? So it's funny how, like, you're saying it like he said it there. But if you listen, actually, I just finished listening to one of the interviews where it was on the Smiley Stories world. And that was part of I think it was just before that whole February 1st thing. And then she's just saying, well, because we use the word our because it's our son. So it's like picking and choosing and these little oddities. So why wouldn't you say, like our son, but yet this time you're using it as her, but yet Katie specifically made reference to when they use the word our son, that's how we think of them. Like this is, like, even though he's not, he's still like, our son. So fuck you. Whoops. Fuck off there, Christopher Proudfoot, with that shit. Anyways, go on.
Yeah, I mean, that, like you said, it just strikes me as weird because it wasn't just once he said it, right? In this statement, he said it twice. And it's not like, so let me play devil's advocate here and let me word this the way I would have worded it. So then Katie went to bed and woke up to get Sebastian ready for school. I would have used his name. The point is to get his name out there. So I would have said, Katie woke up to get Sebastian ready for school and he wasn't there in the house and Katie got worried. I would have humanized her. I would have used Sebastian's name. I would not have said, so then the mom goes to bed and wake up her son. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son. It's like, wait a minute. There's a better way to word it in that exact phrase. I don't know how anybody else feels with that's how I would have worded it. I would have just said, hey, Katie got up. Sebastian wasn't there because, again, the point is to keep Sebastian's name out there. The point is you're going to this channel to help find Sebastian, so get Sebastian's name out there. So then at 27 minutes in, Christopher Proudfoot again, mom made an effort to look and search several times. Mom has called me at the time and asked me. She was like, I can't find him. I was like, what? She goes, yeah, I can't find him. Let me stop there for just a second, because every time you see a comma, it is because he had this long, awkward, weird pause, which made me think he was reading. So the way I take this is Katie called him from the house. He said, mom called me at the time. At that time, he's saying she was still looking for Sebastian. So that tells me that she called him from the house, not from the car while she was looking, but from the house. I said, well, hang on. I made a phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. huh? That really stuck out to me. That's what we're supposed to do. I would have said that Katie had looked for him. Katie called me. She couldn't find him. I three-wayed with the police because we're worried and we're trying to figure out where he's at. Is he hurt? Is he okay? I wouldn't have said that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, sheriffs were dispatched to the location. What we're supposed to do really stuck out to me.
Right. Mr. Cashman says he worded it this way to distance himself so he wouldn't slip up and say we. He was there but wasn't supposed to be. And that could possibly be true because as we played the clip last night, and honestly, again, let me quickly play that again and then I'll bring this back up. So 1 second. Present video file.
I will be right back while you play that.
Okay, you do that. Okay, perfect. Okay, so again, this is the one here. We'll listen.
You said on the Nancy Grace show that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the
No, I
exact
said I
verbiage.
couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm
okay.
still not going to
Okay.
tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is one thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that in an interview a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
Okay. So just to preface again, this
digging for that answer.
What?
I said she was digging for that answer.
I know. Well, that's just the thing, right? So basically what happened was Christopher Proudfoot was, and we'll return to this live, right? But this is just a clipping of Smiley Story World. But he had received a phone call. He said he had to take the phone call because it was from his daughter. And so he said he'd be right back. And that's when Smiley went into this with Katie. But you notice that, again, Smiley said, so why did Christopher say that he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st? And she's like, because that's true. And then she goes on to say that he was there, like that's when he had left basically. But this is where that comment gets made when you listen to it in just a second, that she says that he basically was home and that's when he left. Okay. And that was the last time that he was at home was that. And then she goes on to say, but then Christopher Proudfoot seen him when he come home. So obviously that couldn't relate to the fact of February 26th because Sebastian is missing. So is this referencing the teacher interview meeting with the teachers for February 7th type of thing? Like, because there has to be some reason why he keeps saying like, I can't give you that information, like TBI or whatever told me that it wasn't, and I'm not going to give it. And then turn around and hear about February 1st. So, and then he says, I left early February. So in my head, it makes me wonder, okay, so is he not supposed to talk about when he was home February, say 7th, when the teacher's interview thing was? And that's when he saw her. But that's not how it comes across. So again, I'll play the rest of it out and just listen very carefully.
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm not, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for
like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that.
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher
Okay, so he'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time that he was home.
was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home. Right. So if he's gone February 1st, how could, and so when she says yes, so this wasn't a generalized statement to me. It was, right, Melissa? Because I had listened to what was said before and, like, or after, but this is one of those things. Was it a slip up, right? When she had said this, because obviously she's saying that, yes, he saw Sebastian when he came home. And this is after she's asked him, like, well, he's been gone, like what, 2.5, 3 weeks, right? February 1st to February 26th, 3 weeks. So you see where the connection of that is, right? So how could he have seen Sebastian when he came home if he had left on February 1st? And the next time he's saying he came home is February 26th. So there's either a lie in there or a misspeak, a mistruth, something, because this has to relate to why Christopher Proudfoot keeps acting like, well, I can't tell you guys that because for some reason, out of all the other information I've given you guys that I shouldn't have in the first place about how I spanked Sebastian and, all this other stuff, but hey, I cannot tell you when I left home, which is stupid. And that's what we were talking about with Jennifer Coffindaffer as well. And that's why we wanted to ask Jennifer, like, why would, like TBI or whatever say that he's not allowed to discuss when he left? It's the most ridiculous thing. So it's either untrue, which it probably is, but Katie clearly has said February 1st was the last time. And it's because Christopher Proudfoot said that. Like she said, why did Christopher Proudfoot say February 1st? So I think we all have, can come to the conclusion, though, that in hindsight, especially Christopher Proudfoot cannot remember the things that he says half the time because he's too busy talking off the tip of his mouth and head that he forgets what he says. Because he's like, I said this a long time in another interview. Yeah, Katie also said, here in this one, like I said, so he forgets this stuff. But anyways, so Melissa, so this could have everything to do with the fact that he was home again. Because why would you say that he saw Sebastian when he came home? This wasn't like, he sees Sebastian every time he comes home. She literally said to him, I'll play it one more time just for you guys, okay? Just one more time.
2.5 weeks or something like that.
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Right, Melissa?
Yes, I agree. And to answer Mr. Cashman, if you listen to that recording she just played, I take it as home meaning at their home, at their house, not in town. Because she said when he was actually home, not when he was in town. But again, how does he see Sebastian? And I said it last night. How do you see Sebastian when you came home, supposedly after Sebastian was already missing? So how did you see him when you came home?
Exactly. And that's what we're talking about with those, Freudian slips, those slips of the tongue. Because again, if you are telling the truth, right? When you are telling the truth, you don't need to try to remember things. They just come out naturally, and kind of like what Melissa's saying here, the use of the word mom. Okay, so someone made a comment about the mom thing. So don't get me wrong. I absolutely get it because, when I'm talking to the cats, I'm like, does daddy love you guys? Is daddy giving you attention? So I totally understand that. But this is in a different kind of context, really, of how the word mom is being used. So I can get it, like, right, if Christopher, continuously kept using the word, mom and stuff like that. But it's like this was like Melissa said, scripted in a sense, on how he was deeming it by using the word mom, versus if you listen to him now, it's like Katie, 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 Katie. What, why is he still using all of a sudden, like not using the word mom? So this does feel very like scripted, because remember, this is their first interview, so they were preparing themselves for this for sure. This
But
to me
let me
wasn't
say
really,
something here too. Sonny, when I say he's using the word mom, I don't necessarily mean that it's unusual. My dad used to
right.
say, go ask mom all the time. Or my mom would say, go ask your dad.
Right.
Or has mom told you you can do it? When he's
Right.
talking to me. So
Right.
when you're talking, if he were talking to Sebastian and he said,
Right.
then mom went to bed, I can
Yeah.
understand it.
Right.
But it's the tone that he used and the context that he used it in. That's why I wrote
Exactly.
down the timestamp. If somebody wants to go back and watch it and have these timestamps wrote down, then they can hear what I'm saying. But it's just the context that it was done in, because like I said a while ago, and like you just said, he refers to her as Katie.
When he's
He
talking
does not
lately. Yeah.
refer to her. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
why was it then mom and her son?
well, even in the sentence at 26:22, we stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly fall asleep. That's weird, because it's not like he's, like you said, talking to Sebastian here. He's talking to the Duchess, and he's using the word and very lengthy, and mom did slightly fall asleep. You would, like, again, typically you would just say yes, and Katie did fall asleep, da. That would be normal, than versus trying to insert the word like and mom, you know and so then mom does go to bed. It sounds just like we said, honestly, strange but scripted in that text of how it was used. It's not normal that, like, what we just talked about. Go ask dad, go ask mom. Yes. But when you're talking to somebody, like on an interview to another adult, and you're saying, yeah, we stayed on the phone, it was very lengthy, and mom, like I said, instead of using the proper thing that someone would have said, and my husband, Steve, or whatever, or Katie. But like I said, he uses Katie a lot now. But anyways, it's just those things that seem odd, as as you've, like I said, had hindsight to look at, and just in general, just like I said, hindsight really shows you a lot of Christopher Proudfoot and the mistruths. I think whatever you want to call it, white lies, if he wants to deem them as those. But why, right? But anyway, go ahead.
And to that effect too, I could have overlooked him using the word mom, and I would have had a harder time overlooking when he says her son. But I could have overlooked that if things wouldn't, as we get on further, like I said last night, one coincidence, okay, two coincidence, three, it's no longer a coincidence. Okay. So it's like, as I look at it and as I was listening to him, his tone and the verbiage he was using and everything else, it just didn't make sense. And it's like, I don't mean to say that mom is incorrect, but if I'm talking to another adult, I'm not going to refer to my wife as mom unless I'm talking to my child, in my opinion. But again, I could have overlooked that if things would have been a little bit different.
Right. And it's just, and even by this point too, like I said, it didn't take very long for Christopher Proudfoot's personality to come in and take over, how he spoke. And it was like, anyways, it always did strike me as strange, when he would keep referring to it like mom, like as if he was a little boy going, and so mommy, well, anyways. Just
And
one of those things.
Cashman, he had a good point there, Cashman. Maybe he is looking at it when he was writing this statement, because I do fully feel like it was a prepared written statement, not just him speaking. That maybe he was taking a note from law enforcement and saying the mom, and where was her son. Like I said, I can get that, and I could have overlooked it had everything else not been so off. So to keep going, he then said, Mom made an effort to look and search several times. He didn't say she made an effort to look. He didn't say she looked all over the house. So that just, she made an effort. So did she I can make the effort to win the lottery. That doesn't mean I'm doing it. I can make the effort to do my laundry. Doesn't mean I did it, but I made the effort. So did she really look for him, or did she just make an effort? Like, I don't know if I'm explaining what, like, in my head, right? But it just, make an effort really stood out to me in that one. And then he said, Mom has called. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and so this is kind of what I feel like what Mr. Cashman has said here. I think he was making himself sound like a police officer, like he's authority. And that's what we mean about kind of scripted. It's almost like him portraying himself like a third party by using the word mom. And yes, as if he was thinking about it from like how it was kind of scripted, like detaching himself and kind of coming across like this third party of like, so mom did this and mom did that, we're not married in a couple, but I'm making it sound like as if like the authority in a sense. So I get what Cashman is saying there, because that's kind of how I took it as well, about making himself sound as if, like he's this third party person, and he's doing it as if, when somebody talks and they're doing it as if like they were talking like a lawyer, but they're not a lawyer type of thing. So I get exactly what he means when he says that. Do you get what he means when he says that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can understand that. And it's, it's almost like, like Tori said, and I know I've said it, and I know other people have said it. It's like he was trying to detach himself from the situation. And I get that he wanted to sound maybe authoritative, and maybe this is how, he's heard law enforcement refer to it. So that's what he was going to say. But if you look at their interviews now, or even interviews later, like a couple days later, the tone changed, the verbiage changed. So is this just his narcissistic personality coming out?
Absolutely.
Or is, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No, this is totally the controlling narcissistic personality that's wording it just like this. That's exactly what that is. Because Christopher Proudfoot's pretty high on himself, He, like, obviously he's blinded by his own shit, to be honest with you, because obviously for people from the outside looking in versus him looking at himself, we can see a narcissist and a person that's full of themselves, and a person that's controlling, and a person that's, again, his personality, you can tell, is this someone you would actually want to be married to? Most people, probably 99% of the world, when they listen to someone like him, unless you're a narcissist yourself, would say, no, you would never want to marry someone with that type of tone and attitude and aggression, because why would you want someone like that, right? So this is a full-on narcissistic person that's talking right here.
And bless Nana, I understand that statement, like he's writing a police report. Exactly. Yeah. He wrote it out as if he were writing a police report. He wrote it out. It's not this is what happened. Yes. I don't have to have things written out to remember the truth.
Right.
Like, if it's something that's important to me, I don't have to have things written out. not that quick after a crime. Do I have to sometimes sit and think to remember dates in my own son's case? Yes, I do, but it's been a little over 3 years now. And so the trauma that I went through affected my memory of things, and I have to sit and think for a minute sometimes exactly the dates. So I understand that. But it's like he was writing a police report or trying to make himself sound authoritative. And I could have overlooked it if it weren't for his words later on.
Now, okay, so go on to the next one there, I guess.
So then he said, let's see, within 10 minutes, the police arrived. So you want to scroll down, or do you want me to?
No, because I want you to go into the one where it says, Mom has called me at the time and asked.
Okay, so at 27:06, he said, Mom has called me at the time and asked me. She was like, I can't find him. I was like, what? Do what? She goes, yeah, I cannot find him. Let me stop there for just a second. Because I wouldn't have said, do what? I would have said, what do you mean? Or something like that. Okay, so you talk. Do what? That's how you talk. Cool. But my response to her would have been, have you looked in his bedroom? Have you looked downstairs in the kitchen? Have you looked in the bathroom? I would have been given out places. Have you looked here? Have you looked there? And he didn't. He just said, do what? And she's like, yeah, I can't find him. And he said, well, hang on. And I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And like I said a while ago, what we're supposed to do is the part of that really stuck out and made me write it down. Because it's not we called the cops because we were worried. It was, yep, that's just what you're supposed to do. So, I did. Now, I didn't want to do it. I didn't think it was necessary, but that's what we're supposed to do. So I did it.
I gotcha. The wording. Yeah. Now, so let me stop the screen again because this is in conjunction with that second video that I played yesterday. And this was my issue with that one. Okay, so.
Were used.
I'll bring this up a little bit.
I looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat, but I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already like.
Okay, so. Again, we're going to note this because I'm playing 2 clips here, Chronicles of Olivia, right? Remember, 1 minute flat, but that's okay. So we obviously know it's longer than 1 minute flat to do all that stuff. But she's talking about how she got in her car, drove around, and then you're going to listen to Christopher Proudfoot cough, and then you can see her kind of stumble for a second, but then she starts talking about the 3-way call. But in accordance to what was said, what Melissa was just writing, and that's from the Duchess interview, was that the way it was portrayed, and which I'll play in the second video, was that she looked all around. Yes, she was talking with Christopher, and that he basically said, hold on, I'm going to call the sheriff's, what was it? The sheriff's or whatever office. And as if it was right there in the home. But in here, it's referencing to her being in the vehicle. And that's when, but anyway, so I'll play that out. But that's the discrepancy with me on this whole, well, what do you mean you called the cops right then and there? Obviously, no, if it's 6 o'clock and it took you 1 minute flat. You got in your vehicle, and we know that the phone call was at 6:33, right? That would have to mean that that was later. And so to me, the being in the car checking the school would make sense to that time frame. But the way it was said, second, like a couple times, was that basically she couldn't find him. He was like, wait, I'm going to call the police. Well, yeah, because you're still at home then. But so again, it's kind of one of those discrepancies. Like, well, again, if you're telling the truth, why isn't it fluid how it sounds in each interview? Why does it sound like in this one, right? But let me play that out.
At this point, I was like hysterical, and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like, three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement, and was telling them like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house, and 20 days later we haven't found him.
So then the next one.
06 something in the morning, wife tells me it's missing.
Mm-hmm.
So I will, whatever.
My wife tells me he's missing, but whatever. Like, who says that? But it says he's
But
missing.
that's
But
not what
whatever.
he said on the. But that's not what he said on the other one.
Right. So anyway.
And told her to look this place or this place. She says not there, but she's freaking out. I said, all right, well, hang tight. I'm gonna call.
Well, again. So right. So he tells her to look here and here and whatever, but hang tight. I'm gonna call the police department or sheriff's department or whatever.
Law enforcement, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I called the sheriff's department. Within probably 10 minutes of the call going out, units responded.
Mm-hmm.
First couple.
Nothing about that, being in the vehicle, So am I wrong here? And he made it sound like he was right there in the home with, like, Katie was in the home, as he was calling the police, sheriff's department.
Okay, so hold on, because I've got this pulled up. So hold on. You guys just listen to that. Now compare that to what he stated. Mom called me at the time and asked me. She was like, I can't find him. I was like, do what? She goes, yeah, I cannot find him. I said, well, hang on. I made a phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location. So that does not track, because what he's saying, he didn't say, and keep in mind, this interview here that I transcribed or looked at was 8 days after the event. Right. 8 days. Sebastian has been missing for 8 days at this point. And so for me, he would have said, like he said in that interview, I told her to go look here and there and yada, yada. It wasn't. He didn't say that though. He said, I said, do what? So his story changed. There's a major inconsistency there between what he's saying later on. Well, I told her to look here, there, and everywhere, as opposed to what he said when Sebastian was 8 days missing.
Well, and just for the simple fact, he never even said, like, my wife was in the, checking around the school, she was very distraught, like he had said, that she was hysterical. So he three-way called, and it's only because we know factually that, and this is from, LE there, TBI, whoever announced it, that at 6:33, the phone call came in about the missing boy on, 1008 Stafford Court, obviously Sebastian, right? So we know that that didn't happen right away. Like, it makes it sound here as he's telling it, because right here in the house, I said, hold on. 10 minutes later, they were there. Well, obviously they were there 10 minutes later, but a phone call still came in at 6:33, right? So that isn't consistent with how it's said here at all, because obviously if a call comes in at 6:33 and she goes to check on him at 6 o'clock and she looks around the house, right? Let's just give or take about 10 minutes to that obviously the one that sounds closest to truth would be if she was in the vehicle, perhaps. And right, she takes time. You get out there, you're looking around, and then 6:33, like say about 20 minutes of driving around. And the reason why I say that is because the neighbor, as Sweetie Pie Low has put on her videos, has said that everything that Katie Proudfoot did say was true, meaning that her vehicle did leave the home that morning, and it was gone for about what the neighbor said is like 15 or 20 minutes or something like that, or 10 or 15 minutes. So that part, based on Sweetie Pie Low talking to the neighbor that had the camera, the one that has said that Sebastian's light turned off at 9:08 and 11:45, I believe, is when the lights went out in the living room, right? So that would be consistent with that. But again, so why isn't that even being said here at all? But it's the way it's been portrayed, like as if she was standing there in his room looking around, and that he called the sheriff's office right then and there. And it's just like, again, if you're telling a story typically, right, like I said, why does it sound inconsistent? Like, why aren't you normally Christopher likes to add things, if something's missing out. But in this case, do you see what I'm saying there? On there, it's just.
I do, but let me go to this. This is a page that I haven't sent to you because I just finished working on it right before you're live. I listened to the dispatch 911 call, and the call came in to the sheriff's department at 6:34 a.m. They checked all the hospitals. They checked the construction site, which we'll get into. And there was a clothing description. And it also said in there, in the original dispatch call, that the mother is out driving around in a baby blue Expedition or Explorer. I don't remember exactly. I'd have to go look at it again. But she was in her vehicle driving around. So I can understand if he called while she was in the vehicle, but that's not what that statement says from 8 days prior. And maybe I'm reading it wrong. So if I am, somebody put in chat how you take infinity. So put in chat how you take it that he called right when she called him. And to me,
right,
because she states, hold on, let me go. Mom has called at the time and asked me, she and said, I can't find him. I was like, do what? She said, yeah, I cannot find him. I said, well, hang on. And I made a call and reported it to the sheriff's department. Right. So to me, that means when she called him within a minute or so of that conversation, because maybe he did say, did you check here? Or did you check there? I'm not saying he didn't. What I am saying is that his story changed. There's more detail later on.
But that's exactly what I literally just said, though. Like, that was my point, right?
So what do you think? Do you think he called from, or she was in the car? Or do you take that as she was in the house and he called when she was in the house?
You weren't listening to me whatsoever, were you? Because
yes, I was.
You literally repeated exactly what I said, Missy, because that was my thing, is that she made it sound like this makes it sound like she was in the house when he called. But again, according to not only the, like I said, the 911 or whatever, the phone call, that's exactly what I just played, was that he was in the vehicle, like meaning she was in the vehicle checking out the school area when he made that phone call. So why does this one make it sound the way that they've portrayed it was that this was done in the home? That's why I played that video a second ago, was to show that exact discrepancy that you just said, which I had just said.
I know. I'm telling you, my brain is fried. So, okay, let me reword it like this. Could it be that she called him from the house and while she's on the phone, she got in the car? So
That's
maybe
exactly what
both are
happened.
true.
Well, that's exactly what happened. But again, the way this one was portrayed was that he said, hold on, as she was basically, he had told her to look like, is he behind the bed? Da 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 da, you know, and then he says, hold on and let me call the sheriff's office. So that's why it was portrayed in this, like as if she was still at home, when truly the the secondary makes sense, was that she was on the phone and she got in the car talking to him still, driving around looking, because the phone call, we know you said 6:34, so 6:33, I said 6:33 because somebody else said that, but 6:34 the call came in, right? So it would make sense that she was talking to him while in the car, had talked to him from home, got in the car with her phone still talking to him, and then had made the call once there was no sign, and that's when he was like, hold on. But it's just that when you're reading this, it makes it sound like he had called while Katie was still inside the home, because that's the way it is portrayed by them, right?
And that's
So,
how I took it when I first heard it, is
right.
that she was still home.
Right. And it just could be one of those things that, again, when somebody's telling a story and then they leave out certain things in this one interview and say things, that still catches your ear because you're reading it then versus when you're hearing it being in the car. And that's why I said, why is this inconsistent? And that's why on that same video I played, the way he made it sound in that second part with K9 Jules was, I was talking to Katie, asked her to look around the house, called whatever, Sebastian's missing. And I said, hold on, and called the cops, and they were dispatched within 10 minutes. That would make you believe that she was at home when he called the sheriffs, and within 10 minutes they arrived. But we know that that's not true, because obviously it was at 6:33. So the latter of her being in the vehicle with him on the phone and making that phone call would make the most sense. So this could be one of those things where, we're reading too much into it because, that's what he meant. And it didn't mean that, that he was physically, or that she was physically at home when he called the sheriff's office. But when one's reading this, that's how one is going to take it. Right. And then you're going to realize that that doesn't match to being in a vehicle and calling the police to being in home. Right. So,
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right there. I mean, I guess I just didn't look at it like that. It's not necessary, even though that's what he said. And that's what, like I said, if it's in quotes, it's exactly how he said it. But, you're right. It could just, it's more of I'm reading too much into it. And that's why I like running things by you, because my brain is fried right now. And I'm trying to put all of it together, and things like that for me that aren't adding up perfect, aren't lining up. Like, I am one of those people, I want them to line up like perfectly with the lines, and it's just a little off kilter for me in my head, for my head to line it up right now.
Right. And the thing is with this, like I said, it caught my eye as well, right, about this. And that's hence why I just played that video, but again, it could be that we're just reading too much into it. Charmaine says, maybe it's because, in those 8 days there was more stress. And then once time has gone by, then it comes out about the, being in the car and stuff like that. But the thing is, and this is where social media and people get confused, because anyone that didn't see the Chronicles of Olivia video to hear about the car part of it would have thought that in their own heads, they would have just thought that this call was made while Katie was still at home, based on what Christopher Proudfoot had said, right? And so then in the other interview, because again, it just depends where people are hearing or knowing of the information. And that's where things can get very twisted in the true crime world when it comes to cases. And that's why I do like to be very detailed and specific on facts and putting the right information out there, but in saying that, I mean, this simply is both versions of Christopher and Katie's events said in two different ways based on what they said, but there's certain things that I don't necessarily hold as tight as some of them mistruths when he speaks and stuff like that. This one I could understand that maybe they just didn't insert that part when they were talking about it originally, and they were just kind of giving the gist. But it's kind of throws you off sometimes, because he wanted to insert making it clear that he was speaking to Katie at this time. So why didn't he insert in this same interview that yes, the mom was driving around looking for her son. I said, hey, wait, I'm going to call the sheriff's office. But he didn't say that in this part of it. He just made it sound like Katie was home when he called the police type of, or the LE or whatever, sheriff's office. Anyways, so
Yeah, and I guess I didn't think of that, the way Chris puts it versus the way Katie puts it, because that would, it's the same story technically, I guess. It's
right.
just she's giving a little more detail. So yeah, I guess you're right there. I didn't think of it like that. See, this is why I run it by you.
But this is why people get confused. And it's because it's said two different ways, one by Chris, one by Katie. And then people hold on to a certain thought sometimes when they hear it. And then that to them becomes the factual way, because it did come out of their mouth, but yet it was said differently somewhere else. And again, and this is where people get, because you're just trying to put things together. Again, unless you've watched every single interview and can remember every single thing, there's going to be the inconsistencies that people are going to remember in their head, and think that, I think kind of like the flashlight with Jennifer Coffindaffer, right? She said she saw a lot of people in her chat saying that the flashlight didn't work according to Seth. And maybe Seth actually did say that, and then maybe, and like I said, so Jennifer wanted to confirm that, because again, and just same with the timestamp thing, you want to just put out the facts so that people have the most accurate timeline of events according to the Proudfoots, most of it, to put out there so that people can try to understand what happened to Sebastian, and at what time frame he went missing, like what exactly happened that particular day from start to finish, with a timeline. That's what people want the most, is they want every detail of what happened on the 26th to know, and the 27th, on the 26th, because the 20th and the 25th, I should say. So every detail of the 25th that led up to this disappearance of Sebastian. So if everyone has the exact proper information, factual information, as best as we can provide it through the words of Katie Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot, Seth Rogers, whatever. That's what people want, because they want to know in their heads, okay, so if this happened here and this time was this time and this time was this time, okay, did Sebastian disappear, with the flashlight video? Is that when he left the home with the help of somebody else, with the help of his parents, or, Katie or whatever? Do you know what I'm saying there? That's all
Yeah.
we want. That's all I want, is just, to grind it down to the specifics of the day, and then use that information. But the only information is that we have to then believe in the events that Katie Proudfoot has said, right? And that's the hard part here, is because Christopher Proudfoot has, from the get-go of this particular live with the Duchess, has come across like a controlling, narcissistic person, and has added this weight of, from starting off with the video being believable to being not likable, right?
Exactly.
And that's where this whole thing started. So now when you have someone that is continuously putting out information and then backtracking, like, and lying about polygraph tests, now you almost can't believe anything about the timeline besides what's on video and what times that Sebastian was actually seen, because we don't know if the thud was a foreshadowing, perhaps like Jennifer Coffindaffer was talking about, or, for the preface that if Sebastian is found, well, we can explain this away because of that thud that happened,
And you're kind of in my head a little bit. I just want to touch on that real quick because, like you said, the timeline. And right now, I'm just going there. I've went through the Texas Roadhouse videos. I've went through the 911 calls, the dispatch calls, and now I moved on to this Duchess interview, and I've got it. Like I said, I didn't send you everything, but when I go to put it into the timeline is when I'm gonna see. Oh, well, technically, they said kind of the same thing. It's just a little bit different. So yeah, I mean, you're extremely right in the fact that when it goes to the timeline, that all these things will come together. And that's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, because I want the facts. I want exactly who said what, when they said it, what day they said it, how it went. Because without the facts, the clue to finding Sebastian is in those facts somewhere.
Right. And unfortunately, it's all based on Katie.
Yeah. And that's why I want to hear from her because, like you just said, it's on her. She knows. Whether or not she has said it yet, I don't know. But one thing I noticed, and it's a little off subject here, but I had sent you a message and I don't know if you've seen it. In one of the 911 calls, there were 2 children seen within minutes of Sebastian, within a few minutes of 6 o'clock. Let's put it like that.
Correct.
Within a few minutes of the call going out. And that initially law enforcement said, don't worry about it. Don't go check on them. And then a couple seconds later, he changed it to, go ahead and go check on them. And then another part of the dispatch, which we'll get into another time, not tonight, but it was a neighbor 2 houses down, or 2 houses up, and across the street had called in while they were doing this search for Sebastian, this initial search at 6:40, whatever in the morning, 7, whatever, that Sebastian had been seen, and the way the dispatch said that the child had been seen underneath this man's son's car.
Okay.
Under the neighbor's car.
Repeat that. Repeat what you said.
Okay, let me pull this up so that I'm not misstating exactly what was said, because like I said, I didn't send this part to you. So give me just a second here.
Okay.
And let me pull this up because I can give timestamps. Okay, so on the 911 call, on the dispatch call, which was posted by Missing in Plain Sight, Part 1, after the K9 led the officer to the construction site, they said that Sebastian was wearing a size 10 shoe, that there was a person standing in the woods. That person turned out to be a mannequin.
Right.
At 9:06, timestamp 9:06 in the video, the neighbor said that he had found the child under his son's car across the street and 2 doors up. And law enforcement then came back and said, make sure you guys are looking under everything. Make sure you're looking under cars. Because he didn't say it was that morning. He said that the dispatch said they received a phone call from a neighbor who was across the street and 2 doors up. And the neighbor stated that he had found the child. So to me, that means Sebastian at some point hiding under his son's car. So, but that way that he's not got a history of running in this, but according to that neighbor that morning who called the sheriff's department, he contradicted what they said.
Right, because it wasn't that day that he was hiding underneath the car.
Exactly.
It was another instant where Sebastian had, right. So you're saying that it contradicts kind of when they said that he's never done anything like that before, type of thing?
Yeah. So it's like, and we'll get to that, but it contradicts what they say here in a minute about he's not got a history of doing this.
Okay. So
let's just move on here. At 28 minutes into this live, Katie Proudfoot said he doesn't, they had asked a question, whether somebody had asked a question about school, social media. And Katie Proudfoot said he doesn't have a social media. And they had also asked about friends, and she said the only friends that he has were a couple of kids in school. And Christopher Proudfoot said, we as parents know how social media, hold on a minute. We as parents know how social media can be, and seeing how kids can be easily manipulated. And then he said, So I thought in that statement, the biggest red flag word for me was easily manipulated. Is that his way of saying later on, kind of like Coffindaffer said, as a foreshadowing of, well, he was manipulated to leave home? He was manipulated seems like a weird word to use for me. I don't know about anybody else. I'd like to know your opinion on that, because that statement seems weird. And I get the how social media can be, but the part about it that gets me is seeing how kids can be easily manipulated.
I mean, I don't know so much about like for that one, because when I think of social media and how people can be manipulated, is that, one of those things like a red flag, or is it not? Or is it just because, I mean, it's not like that's not true.
Yeah. But I don't know. To me, I don't know. I just thought I needed to put that one in there because it just seemed kind of almost out of place for what they were talking about. Because I know they ask about, does he have social media? But to me, it seemed like he doesn't have social media, and he gets a little more into that in, I think, the next slide. But it just seemed like that was kind of maybe a little out of place. I don't know. To me, it just stood out. So then at 28-27, Katie Proudfoot said, he's very young in mind. And Christopher Proudfoot instantly cut her off. She wasn't done with her sentence, in my opinion. And he said, yes, he may be 15. He's 15 in age, but his body he may be 15. He's 15 in age and his body, but his mind has not caught up to his body. But yet they're saying he's a highly functioning autistic, and he's really smart.
Yeah.
So what do you mean he's 15 in age, but that hasn't caught up, his body hasn't caught up to his mind hasn't caught up to his body? That just seemed
right. It's like
an odd way to put it.
Yeah. It's like contradicting the statement in a sense, because you're saying by one token that he's really smart, which we've heard multiple times. And then you're hearing, well, he's 15, but yet has the mindset of like whatever, a 10-year-old, 12-year-old or something like that. And yet you're saying he's really smart. So it's almost like it contradicts itself on there. So if you're saying that he acts immature, but yet, whereas that his mindset sounds like it comes across like, definitely like more immature, but yet he's very smart. So which is it, type of thing?
And maybe it could be both. I mean, it really could be. I have an autistic son, and he's really smart. He's super smart when it comes to certain things. For example, my son, when he was like 6 years old, took apart my toaster, took apart my microwave, and he put them back together and they worked. He's super smart. Now, when I was diagnosed with cancer, he told me, well, Mom, we can fix this. Mom, we can just give you new blood. Like in certain aspects, he was really smart. But in other things, he wasn't. Like, he's not stupid. But you know what I mean? Like in certain aspects, he really was smart. And it really is smart. And in other things, he's not. So is Sebastian easily manipulated? And that goes back to the manipulated word. Have there been instances where Sebastian has been manipulated in the past? by friends at school, I'll be your friend if you give me this, or if you give me that, we can hang out. Like, is that where he was coming up with the manipulated part?
And good night, Shirley. Yeah. But the thing is that as you dig deeper to Melissa, is that some of the things that might have been said might have changed later on, because you're just kind of at the starting point, really, right? Like, for instance, um, allegedly they debunked the neighbor's report of Sebastian hiding underneath their car. It either didn't happen or it was a different boy. But again, I'd have to hear that somewhere from somebody that had the knowledge of that for sure. Because as far as I knew, there was that story out there about Sebastian. But again, when it's third-handed information, I don't know if it's true or not true. If it was a different boy or was Sebastian, because obviously if it's not Sebastian, then what the Proudfoot said is like, why didn't the Proudfoots say anything about, like, well, one time this happened, but they haven't said anything like that. Neither has Seth that I know of,
Yeah.
But,
And it very well could be a different kid. And, like you said, I'm starting back at the beginning because I'm tired. Don't take this wrong. I'm tired of having so much misinformation out there. And I don't mean from you. I mean from so many other people are saying, well, this or that. And it's like, no, I'm going to go back to the beginning. And that's, I think, why it bugged me last night. And I just need to go back to the beginning and lay it all out for myself to make my brain absorb what I'm looking at.
absolutely.
And what I'm, what it's doing. Mr. Cashman said, my teen daughter is super book smart, but very naive and no street skills at all. That's exactly what I mean with my son. And that's what I'm wondering if that's what Chris Proudfoot meant when he said he may be 15, he's 15, but his mind hasn't caught up with his body. Is, yes, he's 15, he's very smart, but he's also very naive. That's perfectly put how I was wanting to say it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've always kind of pictured without knowing Sebastian, was that he was smart in a lot of ways, but in other ways, maybe, you know what I mean? Just not so smart in a sense. Everyone has their fortes about them. So he was probably fairly, because, like, I mean, obviously they've said that, if he had $20 to get on a bus, and like, you wouldn't even know how to get on a bus, right?
Yeah, and that's in here too.
Yeah.
So then the next slide, at 28:47, Chris Proudfoot kind of did the same thing he did at the start, where he said, let me make it very crystal clear. He said, for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media, not in our household. He does online game. And it's like, I get that. At least he was admitting that he was a strict parent. Of course, now things have come out about the CPS reports and stuff like that. So strict isn't exactly the word I would use. Abusive is. But when he says he does not have social media, not in our household, he does online game. Well, I don't know that much about Minecraft, and they said that's one of his favorite games. So maybe somebody in the chat, or you can tell me, do you talk on Minecraft? I have it, but I don't really play it. It's more my nephew plays it. Do you talk to other people on Minecraft?
Yeah. So it just depends. It depends if you have your I think your PS or your Xbox Live or whatever. So meaning obviously if you have like paid for it, you can join with other people playing it around the world. But that's only if you have like the whatever you want to call it, the live the ability to do so. However, whatever the word is, I'm failing, because I used to play like on Xbox and stuff like that all the time, but I never did it when it was to that point that you could play with people around the world and stuff. So basically, they're saying, like Seth and that said, like that Sebastian didn't have access, like like that. Now, so Minecraft is a game that basically, it's a real cheesy little game that so many kids loved playing. It's basically digging little squares and shit underneath ground, underneath dirt and stuff like that, right? Hence why that construction site kind of bugged me a bit about that, because in my head, I was like, well, maybe Sebastian went over to the construction site thinking it was like, to kind of like mimic his Minecraft game, because it's all about digging tunnels and different things underneath the earth and stuff like that for that game, mostly if I recall. But anyways, so that's why that construction site, did bug me, because I was like, well, maybe he just took off there and, went to go play with the Tonka toys and, dig dirt and stuff like that over there, but then I was like, well, why would he do that? Like, if he's not an eloper and doesn't do stuff like that, like, why would he then do that? But because this whole thing with the dogs and searches and stuff, has brought up that construction site. That's the only reason why I said it. But anyways, he didn't have the ability to talk with others, but yet Seth did make the comment that Sebastian was watching Minecraft videos, right? And the only way you can watch Minecraft videos, obviously, is if you have access to the internet.
But was he watching Minecraft videos at Seth's house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So meaning what was happening at the Proudfoot house was obviously different than was happening at Sebastian's house. Seth's house with Sebastian. Because again, in order to watch Minecraft videos, that means you have to have internet access in order to watch those. So, so during I think it was a Nancy Grace live that she did with some, guests. And so when Seth was on, he made that comment. And then one of the guests that was on the show said, well, I mean, obviously, if he's watching videos, he has to have like Wi-Fi or some sort of connection to the internet, right? And that's when we first kind of came to learn that, well, Sebastian did then have access to the internet,
Okay, well, that explains a lot then, because that confused me. I was like, well, if he doesn't have social media, but he's online gaming, because the word online gaming to me means that you are actually online and communicating with other people. To me, if he would have just said, but he does play games, that's different than online gaming, because to me, online means you're connected to the internet, you're connected to other people. But again, I didn't know enough about Minecraft to even know if you could talk to other people.
Yeah, you can. Again, but you have to purchase that and it be able to connect it. So basically, it's kind of like if you're not connected to the internet, you can play the game just as a solo player and play the game Minecraft, right? But if you're playing it online with other people, then again, you have to, whatever it is, whatever package you buy, so that you can, do that, purchase that package so that you can online game with other people.
Okay, well, that makes sense. And then he said at 28:57, I'm pretty strict when it comes to that kind of situation. The only thing I can think when he was talking about the online gaming and talking to other people, is I can understand his point there. I was strict with my kids when it came to them playing on the Xbox and the PlayStation as to who they were talking to and what they were doing.
Mhm.
So I get that from him. At 29:58, Duchess said, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, what would you want to tell him? And something that popped out to me is, yesterday we were talking and I said, every time this question is asked, it feels like they have to stop and think and they hem-haw around and they're just not quite sure what to say. And I didn't feel that in this one. She said that we love you and to come home. And I want to point out too, in all of the ones that I've watched thus far that I've dug deep into, Katie Proudfoot does not talk in past tense. She says he looks around. He likes to scare me. He does this, he does that. It's never he did or he looked.
Right.
It's always it's never past tense so far. So Christopher Proudfoot cut her off and said, and this one I don't understand. Somebody explain it to me. I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you and please come home. This boy, again, that is your chance to say, Sebastian, you've got a large family. We're all asking where you are. We all want you to come home. I mean, it's pretty simple because he had this attitude when he said it. And he's just like, it's pretty simple. Like, this boy has a family. And it's like, that just seemed off to me. I don't know if anybody else feels like that seems off, but that seemed like a very weird way to answer her question. Because this was, what would you say if he were listening to you right now? And I don't think saying this boy, if he were listening to me, is the right way to put it.
Well, somebody that's disconnected from that child, kind of like what Jennifer Coffindaffer and I think a lot of other people believe, is Chris probably didn't like Sebastian too well. Obviously, again, it goes back to the comments that we heard about their marriage, failing by Seth Rogers about the marriage failing, and that he didn't want to deal with Sebastian's problems, Katie's problems, as he had his own problems and stuff like that. So I'm going to think that Sebastian did not like Christopher so much either, because obviously going to his dad's home versus Christopher Proudfoot's way of parenting are way different than each other. And so, yeah, so I can understand him using those terms like that, this boy, her son, stuff like that.
I mean, yeah, like, to me, it just shows his contempt for this poor child. Like, I just don't understand.
I mean, Christopher Proudfoot's family obviously cared so much about Sebastian that they went on their Alaskan trip and couldn't be asked to stay around, right? And
from what I understand, they used to take their other grandkids to Disney World, but wouldn't let him go, wouldn't take him on these family outings and these family vacations, but he was never included in that.
Yeah, that one I have no clue about it. I don't know. I've never heard that. Like, I've never personally heard that, but I'm sure it's somewhere.
I'm hoping I come across where they heard that, because
I mean, again, if it's third party talking, then I take it with a grain of salt, unless it came out of Sebastian or Seth's mouth, or the Proudfoots or something like that, right? Because this is again where things can get lost in rumors versus truth about that. So yeah, so it's just one of those things. Like, if I heard it from myself and I heard Seth say it, that he wasn't included, and it could have been that he did say that on somebody's live. I mean, Seth started doing a lot of lives. I wasn't so focused on his lives after a while, because there was just too many times he was, couldn't keep up with him really, where it was easier to keep up with the Proudfoots. And that's because the Proudfoots, to me, because of Katie, I was the last one to see him, meant more to me for that. But Seth, like I said, Seth, there was a point there where Seth, there was no more real other information he could give. Everything that he was saying about Sebastian had already come out in almost all the lives that I had watched with him on it. So there was no more true added value besides him just keep pushing for people to keep searching for Sebastian and stuff like that. But as for the information, timeline wise, there was not this big, and there was no more really information that he could give. Now, on Seth Rogers' channel, however, back in November, they did a live. And Melissa, you'll be interested in that one to watch for sure on Seth R. Rogers' channel, because that's when he's kind of going over like the first kind of 48 hours, like few days of what he saw and, what time he arrived and stuff like that. So, because obviously there's Katie's and Chris's version of things, but then there's also Seth's version of the time he arrived, what he saw about Katie pushing the phone in his face basically as soon as she saw him, saying, see, he was happy, and about the conversation about the Bauer Sox talking about jewelry that Chris was going to buy them in their vacation or something like that. So that will be important as well.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm just going back over it now because I've just got to get this. I've got to get this down. But you said about the picture that she shoved in Seth's face. This picture that we're looking at that is on all of these slides from this interview is the picture that was taken on Saturday at Costco, and that was confirmed in this interview by Katie Proudfoot herself. Now I want to go back up here real quick. Bless Nana said it. Where did you go? There you are. They always have to be prompted to speak to Sebastian, whoever may have him. You're right there to an extent. But for me, I feel like that's something every missing child, it's like they always say, if your child could hear you, what would you say now? What would you tell them? Yeah. So yes, they do have to be prompted, but I also feel like that's a normal occurrence and a normal question to ask. If they could hear you, what would you say?
Absolutely. But it again, kind of what we talked about yesterday. But it's how it's being said. And is there like this pause? Do you have to think about it? Is it organic? So that is a common thing that people will say. So if you're, Tracy or Bertha or whatever is watching right now, what would you like to say to them? That is a very common thing that people will bring up. It's just about how it's answered, back. And just quickly before you answer me on that, is it true the rumor that CP's sister was at the house very early to help on the search? I don't know anything about CP's sister for being there. Seth had only ever said that the Bauer Sox, like the mom, was there when he arrived. And then I seem to think that he seemed to forget that answer and said, I believe so. But yeah, that's what Seth had said, like on our live. But he had said like that, whatever her name is, Miss Bauer Sox, was there when he arrived. Not anything about CP's. Katie Proudfoot. No, Christopher Proudfoot's sister. So no, I don't think. According to Seth, it wasn't the sister; it was the mom. Okay, go on.
Okay, so to your point on how that question is answered, you are totally correct. And that's why I made the point of saying for this one, Katie Proudfoot answered right away. She didn't have to stop and think about it like she has in so many other interviews. And she was crying when she said that we love you and want you to come home. But again, I now look at this all different now that I know what's come out lately as compared to what came out at first. Like I said, at first I kind of felt for her, but in this one, she did not have to stop and think and do what she normally does now. So then so like I said, Christopher Proudfoot cut her off. So then they were asked about the National Guard, and he said basically that I didn't put it in quotes because I didn't quote him verbatim. He just basically said that. What time
are you at? Sorry, Melissa.
3112.
Okay, currently okay. Thank you.
So that the National Guard has been brought in to help with the search, and that they were doing, fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, drones. They were going door to door. He named off a couple different things that they were doing and said that the National Guard was in. He also said, and I'll get into it later, that the FBI was not involved at this point. We'll go into that when he says it. Yes, normally they do plead for their children unprompted. I agree. Bless Nana. But for this one, it was just more of she didn't have to stop and think like she has so many other times. Oh my gosh, where are you going? Okay. He also said, Christopher Proudfoot said that this was one of the largest searches that they have conducted with as much input that there was. And then he said at 31:58 into the video, right after he said that, he said, it is a case to be studied for sure, which
Now,
seemed odd to me.
you know, it's odd because why would you claim that to what is deemed as a runaway?
Exactly. It's like that is okay. So to me, it's a case to be studied for sure. It means you know he's not coming back anytime soon. And if he's ever found, he's not alive. That's what that means to me. Because I wouldn't have said it's a case to be studied. Well, what are they studying, Chris?
Well, that's just it.
That would have been my next question.
In chat, what do you guys make of that? Besides saying it's odd, why would you think that Christopher would have said that? And like, or if you find it strange, why do you find it? Because to me, is he thinking that because it's an autistic child that ran away and this is going to be studied for sure? Even though there's lots of autistic children that go missing and are usually found in bodies of water when they do. And so, like, why would somebody say that after 8 days, right? Like, it's not, that doesn't ring, like, that rings so odd to me that somebody would input that. Like, I could understand if some months had gone on and this case was strange because there's no answers, in a sense, but we're only 8 days in. And he says it's a case to be studied for sure, as if, and doesn't that kind of take you back to Delphi when they say that definitely, like, this is a case that will be used, as examples and stuff. Now, Delphi makes sense why that case would be something that would be used for studies and, But this case, what would make this case so special that it's a case to be studied for sure, only 8 days in?
Exactly. He's only 8 days in. They haven't found his body. They haven't proven that he wasn't in the pond. They haven't proven anything up to this point. We're only 8 days in. So like you said, what makes you say that? Because that is like a foreshadowing to me. You know what happened, and that's why you're saying.
That's exactly that. That's exactly how I take that, as if someone's foreshadowing the case in a sense, as if they have knowledge in order for it to even make that statement. Because it's not, to me, for me, that's not normal for someone to say something like that at this stage of the case at 8 days in.
Now, if he would have said that yesterday, I could have understood it, because it's been a year and there's no information yet, almost a year, and there's no information yet. I could understand if he had said that a year into it, if he would have said that 8 months into it, but not 8 days.
Well, so Mr. Cashman, I would agree with you if at that point we knew more. But the thing is that we didn't really at that point, right? This is like, it's only later on that we're really truly realizing that, okay, that there is nothing maybe on the cameras and this and that, but we're only 8 days in. So it's kind of like, to think in 8 days in that, because he vanished without a trace and heard doors locked, nothing in cans and stuff like that. To me, that doesn't strike me as a strange case at any point yet. It does become a strange case once, weeks have gone by and nothing is happening. And yeah, this kid just simply vanished somehow. But it doesn't seem like it fits to say something like that only 8 days in, based upon that. Like, that's not something that would come out of a typical mouth that any other person would say that, right? Like, where else?
Arlene just said it.
Right. I know she said, I don't like to give the guy any credit. And I guess this isn't credit, but it was a Freudian slip, perhaps, of how well Sebastian was hidden. Exactly. Exactly. Because that's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of somebody that has knowledge that's making that statement. Because what other case do you know of where literally, like, right, the victim, somewhat, whatever, the family, that a person literally comes out and says, you know what, this is a case that's going to be studied. Definitely a case for sure. Okay. No other, I'm going to exclude Delphi because we're talking years later. Where else do you ever hear a parent coming on that's searching for this child that would make that statement at 8 days in? It honestly, it's weird. It's strange. I could see it happening later on in the case for sure. But even for someone to say that would be unusual, but at least I can see that later, but not 8 days into a case that's just barely begun and they're just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. This isn't a special case at this point, really. It's a child that's gone missing. Did he run away? Is he dead in the woods somewhere? They're still, they're calling off their search a week later, correct? But nothing that you would go, well, this is a case. Like, what? Like, honestly, I'm trying to imagine a parent saying that, right? And he's not even a parent, but, someone that's.
You say that if you have knowledge of where that child is or what happened to him, not 8 days in when he's missing.
This is where that narcissistic person comes in that's like, I'm so smarter than you because I already know that this case is going to be put down in the books as some, a case to be studied. Yeah, it's not normal. It just is not to say something like that at 8 days into a case. No, not to me. Nope. I wish I would have asked Jennifer that one, to be honest with you.
Well, just start making notes now. So next time you have her on, you can ask her.
Yeah. Okay. So anyways, that one bugs me a lot because of, it's one that I remember and I don't really overly talk about it too much. But the more I keep thinking about it, the more I just am like, nobody says that. It's 8 days in, but still, what other interview do you ever watch parents talking on where they're like, yeah, my case is so special somehow that they're going to make a study of this one, right? It's too soon to say something like that to me. Yeah, and who would say that, right? Like, you think Katie's gonna pop open her mouth and go, you know what? I just know in the future that this case is one that's going to be studied. It's like you're projecting that Sebastian's never coming back, right?
Yes.
And
I guess that, I heard that and I had to rewind it a couple of times because I'm like, did I hear that right? Like, am I writing this right? And I had to listen to it a couple of times. And again, when he says it, I had to listen to his tone because his tone was wrong.
Yeah. Like,
people always tell me my tone's wrong, but his tone was just, it was almost a cocky tone. Like, yep.
But when you're saying, like, when you say that it's a case to be studied for sure, like I said, it just seems so ridiculous. So, you're acting like this child is never coming back and that, people are going to use this case for what? For how someone can vanish in, thin air, as if it doesn't happen to other people. Of course, cases like this happen all the time, that somebody disappears and stuff like that. Like, yes, it's the thing that makes this case strange is correct that there's no video footage. There's no, anything that we know of, to show that Sebastian digitally is somewhere, because there's no phone that he took, right? There's no video out there with Sebastian Rogers on it. There's video of supposedly him taking out the garbage, at 6:30, 7 o'clock around, right? And that's pretty much about it. But it's not like other people don't disappear, and that this doesn't happen where someone just has no knowledge about where they went. So it's definitely odd. It's just definitely odd. That, like, to me, you want to talk about red flags? That one's like a freaking like mountain red flag. That one.
Yeah, I think that one is one of the biggest.
One of the biggest.
One of the biggest, not
Yeah.
the biggest, but definitely right up there in the top 5 biggest things that has been said. That makes me go, are you foreshadowing? Because in the back of my mind, when I heard it, I went, that just told me you know more than you're saying. That just told me you know what happened. You know where he's at, type deal.
Mhm.
So then it went on. Somebody asked in her chat, would Sebastian know how to ride the bus, or would he have been able to ride the bus by himself? And Christopher Proudfoot jumped in and he said, nothing is off the nothing is off the table as far as his abilities, but just earlier he said basically that he wasn't smart. So which is it, you know? And then Katie said, we have never done it in the background. And so I understood that, because if they've never rode a city bus, then Sebastian may not be knowledgeable of a bus route or how that process works. I understood that.
Yeah.
And Christopher Proudfoot cut her off before she could finish and said, I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. And Katie Proudfoot in the background, and I had the dots mean I couldn't understand what she was saying. He's good at something, but doesn't understand money. So, like, I understand what they're saying. Like, as far as we've never rode the bus, so he may not think to do that. Or we've never rode the bus, so he doesn't understand how all that works. I can understand that. So it's not so much as a red flag as that was pointing out that Christopher Proudfoot, yet again, jumped in and did not let her finish what she was saying.
Right.
And then, so somebody else had asked, basically the involvement of Seth in his life, and Katie Proudfoot said his father is very much involved in his life. Again, Christopher Proudfoot cut in, over talked her and said, yes, very much involved in his life, the relationship between all 3 of us parents, but yet he's referring to him as the boy and her son. And now all of a sudden in the same interview, it's all 3 of us parents. Is
Right.
not a common one. Well, you don't say it's not a common one. You have a missing child and you could care less.
Yeah.
You've got a dad out there searching for his son who clearly cares, and you 2 could care less at this point, because at this point my opinion of them had totally changed. And so then at 33:49, Katie Proudfoot said they asked to set this up. They had asked basically where somebody had said, you know, her son loved trains and he's autistic. So like when he would elope or run off, it's common to say elope with an autistic child, that he would go to the train tracks. And so they had asked, was there somewhere special that Sebastian really loved that he might head to? Katie Proudfoot said that he loves playgrounds. And I thought that was, you know, wow, my spelling there sucks. I need to go fix that.
He loves play go runs. What
Yeah,
is that?
go rounds. I don't know what that is. I can't type.
Like playgrounds. I think it was
Yeah.
playground.
Yeah, it's playgrounds. Sorry, y'all. My brain's fried. I told you. So Christopher Proudfoot again cut her off. But what was weird for me is he cut her off to literally repeat what she said. Verbatim. Yeah, he loves playgrounds. So you cut your wife off, who just was saying he loves to, you know, he loves playgrounds, to say he loves playgrounds, because that's totally what she just said. But again, it was him cutting her off, and him just being the way he is. So then at 33:56, Christopher Proudfoot And they had asked about friends that somebody in the chat had asked about friends at school. Were there friends that he would maybe try to get in contact with? And he said, friends wise, and Katie cut him off. And she said, he wants friends. Christopher Proudfoot cut her back off and said he is extremely socially awkward, so it's difficult for him to make friends. And it's like, let her speak. Stop cutting each other off. We want the information. We want the facts. Stop cutting each other off.
You know, and again, just to go on with this, like, this is the first interview, you guys. And this is when people started becoming very irritated with Christopher Proudfoot, you know, without knowing more beyond this, because this was the first interview. And again, it started off with Katie kind of speaking, and then obviously she did get emotional there, and it was almost like you were believing that she was very emotional. But then it's like I said, this personality coming out is constantly cutting her off, taking over the conversation, you know. And then in Smiley's interview, people had made mention to like let Katie speak, right? And then Katie ends up saying, well, I mean, I don't see a problem with it. And the problem was everyone watching has a problem with it because you were the last one with Sebastian. Anything that Christopher Proudfoot's saying, technically, of course, is according to them what Katie has told him for the most part. But we don't want to hear from Christopher Proud dipshit there. We want to hear from Katie, the mother, who was with Sebastian, and not third-hand information that Christopher Proudfoot is saying. And hence going back to what we were talking about is that in this interview, Christopher Proudfoot's talking about when he called, but in the other interview with Chronicles of Olivia is when that's when Katie says herself that she was in the vehicle driving around the school when Christopher Proudfoot called. And that's again, because again, when you're hearing it out of Katie's mouth, she was there, right? And this is just saying that Christopher wasn't there, okay? Whether anyone believes that or not, but regardless. But when Katie's telling it, again, it's those little things. Because had we believed what Christopher Proudfoot said here, that did not tell anybody about her being in the car driving around school. You know, as the interview started off, you would have just believed that the call to the sheriff's office happened while she was at home, versus later on when we heard she was in the car calling the sheriff's office and stuff like that, or that whatever 911 call as well. But anyways, that's what I'm talking about. So this is where it's like people are getting annoyed, you know. They don't want to, he keeps cutting her off all the time. And all we want to do is hear from Katie. And this is where the big disconnect came and why people basically were on the defensive when it come to the Proudfoots. And it's because of jerk off Christopher Proudfoot, because he just can't shut up. He just takes control. And this is why me and Charmaine were talking about this. It's like, dude, seriously. Like, let her speak. We want her to speak. Anyways, go on. I digress.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's cutting her off, but it's not just that he's cutting her off. He's cutting her off to literally say what she is saying. Okay, well, if you're just going to repeat verbatim what she just said, let her speak. Because you're not adding anything to it. If he would have cut her off and said, because she said, okay, Katie Proudfoot, he loves playgrounds. If Christopher Proudfoot would have cut in and said, well, yes, honey, he loves playgrounds, but remember, he's scared of the swing or he's scared of the slide, that would have been understandable for him to cut her off and add something to the comment. But he didn't add to it. He literally verbatim said what she said. Mm-hmm. And then went into, well, he's extremely awkward. So then here's another thing that got me. Right after he said that, at 34:14 in the video, Chris Proudfoot said, this boy's. Can we not just use his name? Is it that much? Is it that hard for you to say Sebastian's name? The point of it is to get Sebastian's name out there. And you are just saying, this boy? So he said, this boy's only lifelong dream. I mean, Christmas. What do you want for Christmas? I want friends. His birthday. I want friends.
Mhm.
Get his name out there. Stop with the this boy, that boy, her son. Use the baby's name. He's not a baby. I know, but he's a baby to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Use his name for God's sakes. So then he goes at 35. They ask about cameras, and this is where I said they would not have verified, right, that
Yes,
the conversation took place, because at this point, Chris Proudfoot, they had asked about cameras, and Christopher Proudfoot said, our neighborhood and surrounding ones have given, any footage that they have, and that they have thousands of hours to be combing through, that they're combing through. Well, if they have thousands of hours of video to be combing through, then they haven't got back to you, because they're busy combing through that footage, not coming back to you saying, yeah, we verified that phone call.
Mhm.
Like, that just makes no sense to me. And then at 36:15, Katie Proudfoot said, normally when, because, okay, so somebody had asked, again, a follow-up to the dad question is, do they think that Sebastian would have headed to Seth's house? Did he know the way to Seth's house? And Katie Proudfoot said, normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so, and we call his dad. Christopher Proudfoot jumped in over her again and basically shut her up and cut her off, and said that, basically said the exact same thing again, and then said that, or they would meet, they would call Seth and meet halfway or whatever. So again, at least he added something to it, but he cut her off before she could even say it. He was losing control. She was answering a question, and he just could not let her do it.
Mm. Typical.
Right? So then, let's see. Do we have anything in chat yet that we need to answer?
No, I just, like I said, we're at 2 hours and 36 minutes, so I just kind of want to go through this, and I'm looking at people's comments along the way here.
So then, what irritated me is Duchess actually cut Katie off a couple of times. She had asked a question and then cut her off and never did go back to it. So I'm not sure at 36:33 and 37:33 what Katie was trying to say, because she was cut off and it never did get brought back up. So what can you tell us about Sebastian was one of the questions. And Chris Proudfoot said he loves Minecraft, green, the color green. And he's, again, another misspelling there. He said he's got a goofy smile and loves dancing. And it's like, I get where you want to say he's got a goofy smile or whatever, but in the way he said it,
I know.
it just felt wrong.
I know.
I don't know how to explain
It's
that.
more of an insult than not to sit there and say someone has a goofy smile.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, it was just like, and he went on to say, nobody can replicate it and it's cute, but why didn't you say he's got, this unique smile or the smile that nobody can replicate? Like, it just, the word goofy to me seemed more of like a low ball insult to me. So then they ask, was Sebastian used to water? And Christopher Proudfoot said that, yeah, he was a fish in water, but he also stated that Sebastian, and he said instead of saying his name, he said he's a child that doesn't like to get dirty, and he doesn't like it when his hands get dirty, and he's scared of bugs. He's, terrified of flies and stuff. So that he's a pool kid. He's not a kid that's going to go out into the river or the stream.
Or
he is a kid that is swimming pool bound.
Or exactly to that. So why would a kid that doesn't like to get dirty leave without shoes on. Exactly.
Exactly.
Okay.
And
That doesn't like to get dirty, whatever. And like Seth said about, I know about the fire ants, but still, but if they don't like to get dirty, why would you leave the home? Like, we're not talking about just going out in the front yard here. We're talking about why would you disappear into thin air and you're a kid that doesn't like to get dirty and you forego taking any shoes out there, and again, they said the shoes are all accounted for. And I, in my head, I go, okay, is there slippers that he had? Did he leave in his socks by chance? But still, why would he do this? Why would a child on his own accord ever do this? It doesn't make sense. Hence why this investigation has turned into a criminal one, meaning that there's foul play involved and they're looking gave the $50,000 reward for anyone with information, and to hold the person or persons responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, right? So we can't really look at it like Sebastian just did take off, because that's not how the case is anymore. It's a criminal investigation now. And that's hence when the $50,000 reward came out on there. Same with the Amber Alert, right? Now the Amber Alert was, I think Jennifer Coffindaffer had said, like, obviously an Amber Alert is to do with like the abduction or something of a child. Anyways, regardless. So to sit here and think that Sebastian just left on his own accord anymore, I think most of us know that that's not likely. And hence why it's a criminal investigation, because they do believe Sebastian did disappear. Good night, Miss Dogliver, I think. Good night, Miss. Oh, Miss Dogliver. Oh, that's when she pretends like she's going to sleep. Wink, wink. Okay.
Yeah, we know she's not going to bed for at least another hour and a half.
So yeah. So we're not wearing shoes. Wait, did I just pull bound? Okay, we're on this part now.
Okay, so at 39 minutes in the video, they had talked about the TBI, the FBI, and the CART. The CART is the Child Abduction Response Team, and whether or not they were involved. Christopher Proudfoot stated that the FBI was not physically on the ground, so they had not arrived. The CART team had been notified, and they were in response to them. But at this point, TBI and local law enforcement were the ones involved. The FBI and the CART team had not yet come and put boots on the ground, basically. At 40:08, Katie Proudfoot, somebody had asked about whether or not there had possibly been a burner phone or whether Sebastian could possibly have a secret phone. Katie Proudfoot said that they didn't find any evidence of a secret phone. Christopher Proudfoot, again, broke in and said, how strict they are about Sebastian's phone usage, that he could not get on the internet. He could only contact the people that were in his contacts and something else. And Katie Proudfoot cut him off and said that generally, for the most part, usually Sebastian was a pretty happy kid. Katie Proudfoot said that she calls Sebastian Bubba. And Duchess talked about how she calls her son Bubba and has forever. And that he will, even though he's an adult, will always be Bubba to her. And at that point, Christopher Proudfoot, I wish I could reenact this laugh, but he did this very cynical laugh of, yeah, he will be too, because he's going to always, I don't know. It was just a very cynical laugh to me that stood out. Somebody asked about the wells and caves. Had they been searched? Christopher Proudfoot kept talking over Katie Proudfoot to repeat what she had said about, yes, they had been searched. They were being, divers were in them. But again, Christopher Proudfoot had to take control of it and talk over Katie just to repeat the exact same words that she had said. Christopher Proudfoot at 43:38 confirmed that the picture that we're looking at is a picture that Katie Proudfoot took on Saturday at Costco. And somebody had said that it was taken at BJ's, and he corrected them. He said they didn't go to BJ's until Sunday, and then explained that BJ's is a kind of a wholesale where you buy food in bulk, kind of like Costco. That it was new to the area. And Katie said that he loves to eat all the samples, and BJ is new, so I took him. And it's like, so because the store opened up and offers samples, you took your kid to go get free food? Like it just, I don't know. It just was like, huh? Run that by me again, because I don't
Well, because at Costco, right? Like they have all the samples. So basically, BJ's is like a Costco, same type of idea. So, right, like a lot of people love to go and get all the free samples at Costco. So, same thing with BJ's, obviously. So that makes sense to me, for sure. That instead of going to that, we're going to go to this, this place.
Yeah, it kind of made me chuckle because she was like, well, he loves to eat all the samples. And I'm like, me too, kid, me too. But it was just like, what? So you took him because it was new, or you took him because of the samples? Like, I wasn't sure what she was going with, but it kind of made me kind of chuckle.
She probably enjoyed the samples herself.
I like to eat the samples too, so I feel you, Sebastian. Katie Proudfoot stated at 44:31 that they had combed and or taken all of the electronics from the home. She stated,
okay, wait, because that's not true. Right? That's not true according to Seth.
I agree.
Right, because they didn't take the phones the first day. I think it was the second day, Seth said, and you guys can all go verify any of that stuff by Seth on his own channel, Seth R. Rogers. And he said that the reason he knew that they didn't take the electronics from the Proudfoot's home is because they took all his, and he was kind of pissed off that he found out because he was wanting to watch like TV and stuff like that, but they had taken like his PS station and the controller that would control whatever the TV thing or whatever. So he couldn't watch it. And then Christopher Proudfoot said, well, why don't you come get Sebastian's PS5 or whatever it was from their home? And then when Seth showed up to get it, and then Christopher Proudfoot had said, well, that they took the electronics. That was 2 weeks after. That was 2 weeks after Sebastian disappeared. So what does she mean he took all the stuff? Because Seth said they didn't take anything, that his switch was still there, whatever, his phone. Like I'm not sure exactly when they took his phone. Maybe it would have been the second day too. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. But either way, that none of the electronics were taken from their home. So how could two things be true?
But if you go back in the interview as well, she is saying here that they combed all the electronics, but she had also said prior that his phone was still there.
Yeah, mind you, the word
is it? You said in the same interview 2 different things.
Well, so let's think here. So when they combed all the electronics, so does that mean that while they were in the house, they just looked at them and left them? Because I guess that's what it could mean, is that they just, like, when you think that when you use the words like they combed all the electronics, it sounds like when you gather all the electronics and take them, and because you're going to go through them, but when she says that they combed all the electronics, maybe it was just that while they were there, they looked at it and that's it.
Or maybe did they download the electronics to like their, and they like, how they have like the Cellbrite where they can download the phone?
Yeah, but
is that what she's talking about?
Well, I mean, again, they didn't take the phones the first day. Well, this, mind you, hold on. So in saying that, this is 8 days later. So they combed all the electronics. At this point, they would have taken the phones, but not the electronics, as Seth had said. Okay. And like I said, he only came to know about that because Christopher offered to come get Sebastian's, but then he said that it was 2 weeks after the fact that they took the electronics from the Proudfoot's home. So I guess that's one of those things, is that we don't know like the full answer there. We got Seth saying this, which is probably true, about 2 weeks later, because remember, they're looking at it like it's a runaway child at first, right? Like that's how they're looking at it, like that the Proudfoot's in that, and that the parents had nothing to do with this. There's nothing to show evidence towards that, da 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 da, you know. But you'd think that it might have happened probably before 2 weeks. But anyways, so okay, so we'll leave that one alone in a sense, because it's probably a combination of a couple things there.
But we have to think too, what is her version of combed? They looked at them and made sure they were there.
Right.
Right. What's her version of combed,
Well, and again, only if Katie Proudfoot could ever speak for herself, by herself, without Christopher Proudfoot, beside her or taking over the conversation, and just a one-on-one with Katie Proudfoot on this, on the particular events. Yes, I know Christopher Proudfoot would have been home at this time, but honestly, we don't want to hear from you anymore, dude. So we just want to hear from Katie. You have nothing more to offer besides your big mouth and and your disrespectful, rude, arrogant attitude. We want to hear from Katie Proudfoot. Simple as that. Without Christopher Proudfoot even being in the same vicinity of Katie at this point.
Yes. And this part here is what got me. And somebody please tell me I'm not making something out of nothing here when I read this. At 4640, it was asked. Basically, some people in the chat had said that, they were autistic and they were able to bypass all these safety restrictions of not going back to the not being able to get on the internet and only talk to people in his contacts list. And somebody had asked, could he call 911 from this phone? Christopher Proudfoot went into, that's a federal thing. And after he stated that that was a federal thing, Katie Proudfoot said, we didn't restrict safety features, even if we could. Christopher Proudfoot corrected it to, safety is not restricted in this house. What do you mean, even if we could? Why would that be so? We didn't restrict safety features. Stop. Why did you put the even if we could?
Right.
And it's like that part stuck out to me, that even if we could, because it's like, did you try?
That's what I mean. And that's what that reminds me of, is like that they tried and that they couldn't, so, but even if we could, and then he, CP corrects it to, safety is not restricted in this house.
No, it's not restricted, but it's not honored either, because Sebastian was not safe in that house, and the 5 CPS reports prove that. So at 4340, Christopher Proudfoot stated that he said Seth first. He said Seth, Katie Proudfoot, and himself are all cooperative, vetted. Okay. Christopher Proudfoot said, Seth, Katie Proudfoot, and Christopher Proudfoot are all cooperative, vetted, questioned, and have been cleared of any wrongdoing. And then talks about how he was being looked at negatively from the public. First of all, you are 8 days in. They have not vetted you. Yes, they've probably questioned you. Your cooperation is questionable. But you have not been cleared of any wrongdoing 8 days in. And why are you going into talking about how the public looks at you 8 days in? How the public looks at you should not matter. But I guarantee you were not cleared of any wrongdoing 8 days in.
Mm-hmm.
And then at 55 minutes in is when Katie said that he does not have his phone, because it was asked again something about did he have his phone on him, basically to call 911. And Katie stated that he did not have his phone on him. So at 56:30, Christopher Proudfoot, somebody had asked, was he near exit 5 or something like that? And he said, without publicizing our address, We are by the beach area where they are focusing their searches. And it's like, your address is public, dude.
I know.
Like, what are you thinking? And somebody had asked at 5806 that there, I guess, is a video on Facebook or a post on Facebook about him yelling at a news crew to get them off their lawn,
Yeah.
to get off their lawn or whatever. And Duchess said, well, I'd probably, yell at them too. But he does deny yelling at the news crew. He said they were never on his lawn. He asked them nicely and asked them nicely not to film his house. And it ended with a handshake. And I'm sitting here going, you're full of shit.
Yeah, he's full of shit.
And so at 59:22, Christopher Proudfoot did confirm that there were dog searches, which we already knew that happened within minutes. There was a canine deployed right away. It's the Canine Max that actually tracked to the pond and jumped into the pond.
What time are you at?
59:22.
Why? Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad. Thanks.
So we already knew that there were dog searches, so I'm not sure why he felt the need to confirm that. And then at 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 22 seconds in, something that jumped out at me, somebody had asked, was Sebastian, known for going for long walks and, being out in public basically a lot? And she said, actually off of his medicine. And it's like, what? Like, what do you mean actually off of his medicine? I don't know if she was saying that he is off his medicine or that he's prone to go for long walks when he's off his medicine.
No,
but
I don't think so.
her response to that was weird.
I think what she was saying was that, like, I know that, well, at least what I recall was that normally Sebastian takes medicine, but obviously he doesn't have his medicine with him, so he's off of his medicine. I recall that because obviously, like, there was like, I don't know, there was these, whatever, I can't remember what they were, if they were iron pills, ADHD pills, whatever. They know there was something to do with nothing that was life-threatening, but just, pills that he would normally take. But I think that's what that was referring to, if I recall from that interview. It's because he's
that
missing.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that he does that. His pills that he normally takes, he obviously, can't be taking them if he's left, and So yeah, I'm there.
So Karen, you said that you don't, or sorry, Sherry, you said that you don't remember Katie saying that about the safety restrictions. This is all off of the first Duchess interview that was done 8 days after missing. You can scroll back and get the timestamp that I left and hear it for yourself as far as that goes, because it doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, and he had access to a calculator on that cell phone as well.
Well, he had access to 3 things. I think photos, calculator,
and his contacts.
Yeah, his contacts. Let's see here. Where does it say that? He doesn't have his phone. Restricted. 4640. Sherry, was it Sherry that was asking?
Yeah, that was Sherry. That she said she doesn't remember them saying that about the safety restrictions, but there's the timestamp if you want to go listen to it.
Yeah,
that's why I made the timestamp so that everybody could know exactly what I was hearing. So then they were asked about the flash. Somebody was asking about how they knew that the flashlight was missing at 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 50 seconds. And Katie Proudfoot said one of the first things that was asked is because he left when it was very dark outside, was if he might have taken a flashlight. And she said he actually does have a lot of, he's a fidgeter, and that he has a lot of fidget things. And so they said, well, could you tell if one was missing? And she said it would be hard to tell if one was missing, almost impossible, because he has so many of them. And that not only would he fidget with this flashlight, but he would fidget with a paperclip or a penny. And so it was hard to tell, or a Lego. So it was hard to tell what he might have taken, and that it was the flashlight was something that he played with regularly, and that she can't find it, so that it's likely that he took it.
Yeah, and remember, at this point, they're 8 days in to this live, right? So to this first interview here. So at that point, they would have been kind of like, if it's something that he regularly had with him all the time and was playing with, and you have gone through his room and you're trying to look for where Sebastian, what happened to Sebastian, as a mother, typically, not maybe so much Christopher Proudfoot, but as a mother, you're kind of going to be aware of that if it's not there and you can't find it, knowing that if it was a common item that he played with all the time. It's because if it's like, because some people go, well, how did they know that so fast? Well, come on, it's been a week. At that point, you're going to be looking for any clues in your son's room, like what's missing, what's there still, type of thing. And again, if it was, this seems to be something that he typically played with by the sounds of it. So you're going to notice if it's not there,
Yeah, she said it was something that he regularly had, that he regularly played with, and that she couldn't find it.
Charmaine says, question for everyone. If there's one thing to blame for the state of this investigation, what is the one thing in your opinions? Okay, so whatever you guys think in chat, put down. And what about you, Melissa? What would you say? If you were to blame any kind of mess up so far with this case, what do you think that would be?
I can't blame law enforcement, because from what I have seen, they're doing everything that I would have thought they would be doing so far that I can find. However, I can say that Christopher Proudfoot constantly not letting Katie Proudfoot talk, not letting her give the timeline, not letting her do the talking about the last day and the events. That is my biggest hang up, is that Katie Proudfoot has not been able or willing. I'm going to say able, because Christopher Proudfoot constantly cuts her off. She's not being able to give accurate details and a timeline because of constantly getting cut off by him. So I would say Christopher Proudfoot, basically, because he's not letting Katie talk.
Okay. So nothing to do with the state per se, but just about that part of it for sure. Okay.
Yeah, not the state, because everything I've seen so far from the state, the 911 calls and the dispatch and the radio chatter back and forth, they're doing everything I would have thought they would do.
Yeah. So, I was going to say, if I had any thoughts, I think it's going to be similar to what Karen had said here. So, in knowing what we know is that here Sebastian was just deemed, in a sense, as a runaway. People were going through the house. It wasn't deemed as a crime scene whatsoever. And I think that that's a big mistake. I think that when you have a missing child, it should be treated as if a foul play could have happened, meaning it should be treated both at the start, whether it's a runaway or something had happened to the child because of someone. I think that it should be that before when you get a call like that it should automatically, that should be deemed as some sort of scene. And so that if there is a crime versus because so many parents lie and say something happened to their child. Okay. When the only thing that truly happened to their child is that they committed the child's death themselves. That happens so many times. So I wish that whenever there is a child missing and that they need to go to the family's home, that it's deemed in a sense as a crime scene of some sort first, and then can be knocked down to missing if there's evidence to show that. Because in this case, like here, like many others, right, is that now that everyone's walked through the house and touched things and all these different things, anything that they have is now contaminated. There's nothing, right? People have touched things where maybe they could have gotten something more off of where Sebastian was, or fingerprints and stuff like that. They didn't do a luminol test like Jennifer was talking about yesterday, hence why it's because they didn't believe that there was any involvement. But this is where have time, they have to backtrack on the information, because now it's deemed as a criminal investigation. Not to say that the Proudfoots still or Seth Rogers has anything to do with the disappearance of whatever, but it should start off with that way first. When a child's missing from a home, because they don't know if it was due to the fact of family members or because they took off, because they're just believing what they're hearing first. But no, I think that there would be a lot more if they deemed it as, okay, you know what? Nobody's allowed in this section of the area until we can be sure that this actually is a runaway versus that a parent had something to do with it. And I think that would be, I don't know, in my opinion, very wise to look at it that way, because now look, right? How much time has gone by when really they don't know, that's the thing right now with this whole case, is that nobody knows truly, right? If Sebastian Rogers was, if he had some sort of third party involvement. But again, if what Katie is saying is true, whether Sebastian had socks on or barefoot, okay, a child does not leave the home without shoes on their own accord. Not someone that's not known for being an eloper, that doesn't do stuff like this. I'm not talking about just your average regular kid, but anyways, an average regular kid is not going to leave home without shoes. They're going to pack their knapsack up with food and munchies, and they're going to prepare themselves for their running away. And the only other time you might leave without shoes is if you're in the midst of an argument and you run out of the house, basically pissed off at your mom or parents or something like that. You get all hot-headed and leave through the house. But, so for me, what was my point, Melissa? Because I freaking forgot it now at this point.
That basically they were,
what was it?
Who's to blame, basically, for the state of the investigation?
Right. So, because they actually have no clue what happened to Sebastian, right? But yet, let's actually go to this as well. But before I go to that part, because I want to go back to Jennifer talking about the 26th, and that's the date that's put. Right. If you see Seth's shirt, it says missing since the 25th. But on the Amber Alert, it says last seen on Stafford Court on the 26th. Let me go back to you guys, and Charmaine included here. Okay. Charmaine, I want to hear why. Okay. Based on what we know about the case, why would they claim the 26th? Is it because they're taking Katie's word for it, that it happened between 12 to 6? What other information could we possibly know that we don't know, that they're saying that it was the 26th? Because that wouldn't make sense. Like, for what we know, the only thing that would make sense to that was either they had some sort of footage that would have shown that, or they're simply believing Katie and Katie's events, that he disappeared between 12 and 6. Why 12 and 6? Like, why 12 and 6? Because she went to bed close to 12. She didn't check his room at that point. So how would she know? And you would think that in these door codes that there would be a timing thing that would say when this thing was locked. You would think that those would have that. But anyways, give me 2 seconds there.
Sunny, I just want to state, when I say I think Katie is the reason it's in the state it is, that is based off today's stuff that I've been looking into. If I go off what we know now, 10 months later, yes, it should have been treated as a crime scene. And it is crime 101. You treat everything as a crime scene until it's proven not to be. But when I say Katie, I mean what I've done today. I think Katie started this off on the wrong foot. Or Christopher Proudfoot started this off on the wrong foot. I'm not saying law enforcement is completely innocent here. I'm saying as of what I've looked at today, up until I think I'm technically still on day 1. I just skipped to day 8 real quick. As of that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that law enforcement didn't do anything wrong. because I think there's definitely things that they should have done, like treat it like a crime scene from the get-go, not allow them to leave town, things like that. But that's looking at it 10 months later.
Well, just because this happens all the time now, so it's so frequent that a parent has something to do. A lot of times in these children cases, a lot of times it has something to do with the parents or someone close to the family when a child disappears. So it is, to me, more beneficial to deem it as a crime scene first, in a sense, like meaning, like don't allow people to contaminate the home and anything like that, because most times the children that are missing is because of this. So it's just one of those things, like why start in a sense at this point and get a contaminated area versus starting at this point and then scaling back as needed from the get-go of it. It just no, because with the kids I'm talking about, right?
And I
Because
will say, in listening to the dispatch and listening to the radio traffic from that morning, it was one of the things that stuck out to me was one of the officers did call over the radio that there were a bunch of people in the home. Nobody should have been allowed in that home until they had cleared it and they had searched it and they had done their investigation, because that is something that stuck out to me as far as law enforcement went. That when the radio traffic came over, he said there were a lot of people there already. And it's like, well, why? And yes, I believe they were arguing at Texas Roadhouse, and I've got timestamps for it.
So you think so?
Yes, I went through that video today, and I actually wrote down timestamps for the Texas Roadhouse video.
We'll put that on another one. We'll go through that, because I didn't see that myself, but maybe I'm missing something there, because all I saw was a kid powering back food. His mom's playing on the phone. He's kind of looking at her like, oh, what you doing over there, type of thing. Or maybe she was showing him a picture of himself. Who knows? And yeah, so I mean, I didn't see anything about that whatsoever myself, but we'll get into that. I want to go back to the 26th. Why would, like Jennifer Coffindaffer, she's like, if the FBI is putting it on an Amber Alert, like she says, like that sticks out to her. That's important. Why would you think that they deemed Sebastian missing on the 26th? What possibly could they have besides Katie saying it, right, at 12 to 6? What could they have to prove that he was last seen on the 26th, if anything?
I think they're going off of when the missing person report was filed. That's what I think. I think they're going off Katie Proudfoot's story of, he went to bed at 9 and she went to bed at midnight. But I also think they're going off of when she actually reported him missing.
Because, like to me, because they've deemed the flashlight video as, no evidentiary value. Obviously, it's not like you can see a Sebastian Rogers at that time, so it wouldn't be because of that, time, you would think. So then I personally think that they said that based upon Katie Proudfoot's timeline. That's where I think that personally came from. And that's what you think as well?
Yeah, I think between her timeline and the report that morning of him missing, I think that they will put the time of his official missing at around 6 to 7 a.m. Because that's when she woke up and she realized he wasn't there and the phone call was made to law enforcement. That's how I feel about that. I mean, I might be wrong, but that's kind of where I'm leaning.
It just strikes me as odd that her last known sighting of Sebastian was at 9 o'clock. No, her last known, according to Katie, hearing Sebastian was when he said, when she said to him about the thud, and he said no, ma'am, to falling out of bed. Now, so according to Kay, that would be at, like I said, 10 o'clock. There's nothing else after that for a sighting of Sebastian that we know about. So why saying the 26th, even if she went to bed at 12, doesn't matter. We're talking about the last known audio or visual of the child. So why say the 26th? I honestly feel like that's one of those things, that's not an intentional slip, but I honestly take that for being that they kind of erred by putting the 26 instead, by saying on Stafford Court. I think that they kind of erred on that one for some reason. That's kind of how I'm seeing it, because the reason why they can't find Sebastian is because they have no knowledge of where Sebastian went, or any video to show that we know of and stuff like that. So unless they have a special video that we've never seen that shows Sebastian at some point, that would be different. But don't you think we would have heard about that through all the leaks and slips and stuff? You know what I mean? Through neighbors and stuff. Like
Oh,
someone.
I'm sorry. I think, yeah, we would have heard about it, but at the same point, I agree with you that the date should be the 25th of him missing. But as far as law enforcement goes, I think they're going off of what Katie said and the fact of the time of him being officially reported missing. You know what I mean? Like, I think the date should be the 25th. I fully think the date should be the 25th. The evening of the 25th, because then you're going to have neighbors looking at their cameras the night of the 25th, not the day of the 26th.
Right. And again, and I think that it was wrong. Like, from what we know, I feel like this date is wrong. And I think Seth is right when he puts it on his shirt as the 25th, because in the early reports, they claimed he was last seen on the 26th. And so they probably just off the time she said she went to bed. Yeah. And that's why I think the 26th was put on there. I actually don't think that there's like this big deal into the 26th, besides that it was incorrectly, in a sense, stated that it did come off in the early reports about him seeing on Stafford Court on the 26th, as if that happened sometime in the morning. But again, so unless there's something out there that we have absolutely no clue about, this to me is, we have no clue about Sebastian. According to Katie, is when she last spoke to Sebastian, which was around 10 o'clock. So anytime after that was the 25th first, until she went to go wake him up. So I really do think that that's just kind of like was put on there, but it's not technically correct. Unless there's a special video, which I don't think that they have. Trust, I really don't. They could have something, and it's just hush hush, and we have no clue about it. I mean, it's possible, but I think it's more unlikely, right? I think it's more likely that it was said that way because of the early report saying it that way, because we do know that they make mistakes like that for sure, but you just would think that that's an important detail. 25th versus 26th. You still there?
Yeah, shoot, I was muted. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think it should be the 25th, but I don't know. This whole case is just, it's like the deeper I go into it, the more confused I get on how I feel about, like, I still haven't changed how I feel about what happened, but it's like, can everybody just like get their story straight? Like, can we just start there?
Yeah. So Karen, stuff like that was binocular, what's her name? Binocular Bobby, that said that. That's just an absolute rumor, with no substance behind it, besides her saying that she saw that, but that's just
I think if there was footage of that, we would have seen it by now.
well, right. The thing is that obviously Binocular Bobby lives in the neighborhood. It's her two kids that were out there when the police were searching with the handlers were searching with the dogs and stuff like that. Anyway, she's the one that runs the Facebook page and is kind of like the busybody and the one that did the interview with JLR. Now, when I say busybody, she's just, you can tell she's probably one of those neighbors that, wants like because she runs a Facebook page, like the ins and outs of their neighborhood and stuff like that. She's the one that said about the timestamp on the camera video for the flashlights that it was working on the day before and whatever day after. Now this is after Seth said it. This is a totally different, thing here, but she's the one that said that. But I also heard her say exactly that that what she felt she could see was that KP carrying him over her shoulder allegedly on the 26th. I've heard more. There's more footage, but I'm not sure to see if that's true. And that to me is just honestly, I am not seeing Katie Proudfoot, tossing Sebastian over her shoulder, going through the yards, and yet there's two flashlights. Could be true. It seems far-fetched. Yeah, that's how I would take that one. Definitely with the big grain of salt on that one. Yeah. Yeah, but it was definitely a recent from a phone call or whatever. And I think that's when she was talking. I want to say she was talking to SF Investigates, perhaps. Anyways, it was a very recent one that I was watching. And I believe I was watching it on J for Justice when she was playing it. Actually, no, it was on another channel. And then it was hard to hear on the one channel. Then I noticed that J for Justice was playing the same thing. And it was Binocular Bobby's, though, that had said that. So I don't know. That's just that's when we're talking about a little bit too obscure, don't you? Do you agree that, Katie?
Yeah, I don't. I'd have to see the video footage of that one to believe it. So I would, and I wouldn't just take somebody's word. If it had come out of Seth's mouth, if it had come out of law enforcement, I would probably believe it. But without the video footage, that's just far-fetched for me.
Yeah, Crabtree, thanks. Yeah, and thanks, Cremeland. It was with Crabtree on there. Okay. Let's see here. You know what? We're gonna go another 4 minutes and then we're gonna head off. I don't know what Mark was talking about earlier when he said something about, can you play the clip from Mel? I have no clue.
He wants you to play the Roadhouse video so I can point out where I thought that they were fighting, because I had said that I took down time stamps, but we're not doing that tonight.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
if you want to, we can. I've got them pulled up. If you want to pull up the specific video and I can point out, but I think it's going to lead into a longer conversation. And I don't know about doing that tonight. That's up to you. It's your live.
Yeah, let's see here.
I can send you the link to the exact video, but there's two of them that so I took the video. It's the Dog the Bounty Hunter video and Crime Stories Obsessed video that I have timestamps on. Like I said, I can send you the links if you want me to.
Dog the Bounty Hunter one. That's 10 minutes and 9. So what time is it at?
Okay, let me go to 109 in the video and I can tell you if it's the correct one. No, not that one. I don't think. Hold on.
Why is that thing?
Dog the Bounty Hunter. Yeah, it might be. Go to 109. That was the first timestamp I had.
Why is this not? 1 second here. Oh no, I'm on. Yeah, this one. Okay, hold on.
This is the one from inside the restaurant. The one I'm talking about is where you actually see Katie and
Just send me the links for those ones.
Sebastian. Oh, shoot. Shit.
Just send me the links for those ones. Probably be easier.
Copy. Where's my Facebook? Close that. Okay. Okay, I'm sending you the link to this one. Hopefully this works.
I don't know why this thing's still popping up like that. It's weird.
Okay, I sent you the first link.
Okay.
Because this is the one where I actually feel like...
I had this one, but okay.
The other link is where she was taking pictures of him. This is the one that I felt like they were... she was scolding him is the word I wrote down.
Yeah.
Okay, so 109 is the first timestamp I have. So if you want to go just
we'll let people watch it.
So you want to watch it and then have me explain what I see?
Well, I want to kind of go through this for a second then, because when Sebastian sits down in here, let me make the screen bigger and let me take off my banner. Hold on. Okay, because I want people to see this in its clarity. So when Sebastian sits down, do you think that he's tucking his hand, like, because he has his hands in his pocket, but then you see he does that. So it's like, see, he's playing. So is it because he pulled his pocket out and is tucking it back in? Does he have a phone in his hand? His own phone in his hand? How did you take that?
I didn't take it as he had a phone in his hand. I feel like he was kind of like fidgeting because he is a fidgeter.
Right.
So I feel like he was kind of like fidgeting and like just, I don't know, like pushing something back down. Yeah. But I don't think it was a phone because of,
Right.
I feel like if it were a phone, we'd see like the outline or something in his pants.
So this is the one where they kind of keep slowing it down and giving you more. So you want to go to 109?
Yeah, that was when I had it marked. You'll see.
Okay, so he's eating. We're at 112 right now.
Yeah. And you'll see she's like really looking around weird. I had that marked as well. But you'll
this is where they kind of zoom in with it.
Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty sure it was right after they zoomed in that I wrote it down.
So, I mean, yeah, she's looking around. And the only reason why that would seem strange is because of that green hoodie person outside, meaning that, like it's very normal when I'm in a restaurant that I'm looking around myself. I'm looking at other people, type of idea. I'm just kind of absorbing the ambience or whatever around me in a sense of people. So I didn't find that abnormal as much as the only reason why I would was because of that green hoodie person. But go ahead. So where are you seeing?
Okay, so it's right here. You kind of see like she's talking to him. And then here in a minute, she's going to do some hand motions. See how she's like, what are you talking about? What did you do? Why did you say this? Like she's saying something to him, like her hand motion. She's like, stop. That's not how we do it here. She's like got this irritated body language about her with her hands doing that.
Okay. And this is a thing, right? Because this could totally be being read wrong, or it could be being read correct. Because again, I can see doing those motions in a regular way, and so this is where, again, this is really about perception. So in chat, does anyone else, I'm dozing off. Okay, Charmaine, see you, Charmaine. Love you. What the hell is Ben? But good night. Wait, what?
And I might be reading it wrong. This is just something really I not noticed necessarily. Like I said, I eagle-eyed it today. So it just stuck out weird. Her hand motions of at first it was more of a confused or, you need to explain yourself. And then it was like stop. this is not how we do it. You do that there, not here. Like,
Yeah, see,
it was,
it's a two-way street to me on that one, because again, we don't have anything more besides the visual, and I don't and so as the whole rest of it progresses, like, I personally am not feeling that myself, but yet again, that's just my own perception. Like, like, I mean, I don't want to read into it like with a biased type of opinion towards it. I just want to look at it as if it was a regular mom and child sitting down to eat. And am I observing what would be a natural kind of, thing happening at the table?
You notice when they sit down, she smiles. She seems like she has, a smile on her face. She's like, here's, take and figure out what you want to eat, whatever. But it was just something, I don't know, it stuck out to me, but it looked like to me he was being scolded for something. And then, there's other times, in different videos where she takes pictures and you can clearly see that she's sending it to somebody. But that is why I think that they were kind of in a little bit of an argument, maybe not a loud one, maybe not even a serious one. But I think it is just perception, and it may just be how I look at it compared to somebody else type deal.
Like, I mean, and the thing is that, again, without better context, it's just really a guess on, because obviously we do certain hand gestures, but I could see literally having a regular conversation, and putting my hands exactly like she just did, and and not saying, say, calm down, or type of thing like this. It's just meaning that it's for something else. So it's just really about perception, how someone perceives this video, really. I honestly, from it myself, didn't put any such weight into it, because I just wasn't feeling this, meaning I was looking at Sebastian's face. I was looking at what she kind of was doing as well, and I just didn't see anything about this particular dinner that would make me think that Sebastian was having this really bad day, even though I know that, okay, so Seth has pictures of Sebastian at the bowling alley. And according to Seth, he didn't necessarily think that Sebastian looked overly happy, right? We have not seen those pictures. Maybe he has shared them with other people. So there is pictures from the bowling alley, perhaps even video, that might be out there, might not be, but Seth was, has referenced it. But here, I just, like, there's nothing that's striking me as odd. The only thing that ever has struck me as odd was that person standing beside the car. And there's something absolutely odd about that. Like, again, perception. If Katie, and they believe that Katie had no thing, and they talked to the person and they said, yeah, this is why I was standing near the car. For this reason, I was talking to somebody that I knew from this other vehicle or whatever, or something that gives it some sort of context to that. But that was weird to me. And that's what would make her perhaps looking around seem weird. But I just didn't get any weird vibes off of this particular video myself.
And see, for me, I agree with the green hoodie person, standing next to the car, but that was when they come out.
Right.
So, and I understand, I go into restaurants, I'll look around and stuff like that. I thought it was odd the amount of time she spent looking around. But as far as, looking around, that wasn't necessarily weird. It was just the amount of time she spent doing it. But his body language when she started doing those hand motions, just to me, and I had always paid attention to Sebastian. And I had looked at Sebastian. And I hadn't really paid attention until today to kind of her body language
Mm.
while doing all of it.
Like, and another reason, again, why this might seem odd or whatever, is because of the fact that, like, meaning in general, is because of the fact that, like Seth said, wasn't a normal occurrence that Sebastian did all these things in one day. And it is, like, meaning the oddities are there for the fact of this fun fact spaghetti pancakes, right? That obviously Katie, when she's referencing that, using the way that she said it, it was almost like, fun fact, I don't ever usually make like breakfast or spaghetti pancakes, but this day I especially did, on the day that he especially went missing, you know. So that's what strikes me as odd. You know what? I'm going to come off of this now because I did want to listen to something that I did have. Got a little bit more time here, I suppose. With Sweetie Pie Low again. And I just want to play this part. I was looking for something else, but I just kind of wanted to play this part again.
I want to share with you everything I know at this time that I think matters. So the first thing you need to know, there was an ultimatum. It was about 3 months ago. This ultimatum was shared with Seth. And this ultimatum came from Chris to Katie. He specifically said, so Chris specifically said this to Katie. He said, if it comes between me and your son, I expect you to choose your son. This 100% happened, as God is my witness. So is that when the seed was planted that maybe there was a reason, as much as I hate to imagine a mom doing this, but is that the reason that she chose, in the end, that she chose her husband over her son? Because
see,
Wait. Can you go back and replay that? Because I don't know what. Did she just say that Chris told Katie that if it come down to him and her kid to choose Sebastian?
Right. Exactly.
What would make a parent say that? I can't think of any
because
in any of my relationships that I have said either to my ex-husband who had a daughter or had somebody say to me about my kids, if it comes down between me and your kids, choose your kid.
Well, because that's the right thing to do, right? Meaning,
exactly.
Right. And so that basically the relationship was, again, like I played on Sweetie Pie Low, when with Donna Serafina, there is because the relationship. So what Seth had said to Donna Serafina during their talk, and he did a reading with her, was that the relationship was on the rocks, that he was basically tired of Sebastian's stuff, her stuff, and he had his own stuff to deal with. So basically that just falls in line with, look, if there's a choice between me and your son, I would expect you to choose your son over me, because, and it's not to say that Christopher Proudfoot, and this is where I have the issue sometimes with Christopher Proudfoot having knowledge, or is it Katie that has led Christopher to believe that Sebastian just disappeared? Because that is a very likely thing that could have happened, that Katie, because her marriage was dissolving basically with Christopher Proudfoot, and as we had heard from Donna Serafina when she was talking about what Seth had said to her about how Katie's anger, that she really basically didn't give Sebastian the time of day, basically almost like a mother that's totally pretty much disconnected from her own child for the most part, thinks of him as more of a thorn in the ass, and that now, her marriage is getting ruined type of thing. And so is this one of those things look, this is what's happening in my marriage. but I would expect you to choose your child, because we know that Christopher Proudfoot is fighting hard for his daughter. Now, I don't want to take away, I'm not going to say that Christopher Proudfoot, of course, isn't the a-hole that he is and stuff like that, but I'm just trying to look at it from his point of view, that for him, he seems to like want to be like the custodial of his daughter, as if he can do better and that she would be in a better place because of it. And I think with Katie, it's like, look, I would expect you to choose your own son over me when it comes to this, because I believe that he believes that, that you put your children first, and that's why he's fighting so hard to get, his daughter. And yet he wants Sebastian kind of out of the way because of the daughter coming to stay, and because of the whole, essay stuff and stuff like that, as if Sebastian's like, a little sexual predator, little monster. But so he's happy for Sebastian to go and live with Seth. So who out of all of this would have a motive to do something, if hypothetically, to their child? And in this case, it would be Katie. So if all of this is going on and he has this wonderful day of spaghetti pancakes, fun fact, that she hasn't done something like this before, but hey, I'm doing this. And that's why Sebastian was talking to a cousin or whatever, braggadocious about his, oh my God, my mom made me spaghetti pancakes, woohoo, but then he has this day of delights, of stuff that, he would enjoy. Seth says, look, he doesn't normally have a day like this. This is unusual. So to add to that he went missing on this particular day, and to add to the fact of their marriage failing, like I keep saying, who would have motive to want to do something or get rid of their child? In this case, it would be Katie. So for all we know, Christopher Proudfoot could have just been going by exactly, without him being a total idiot, without his knowledge, that she calls up claiming that he suddenly disappeared on February 26th, and calls him and acts like she's this panicked mother running outside like, oh my God, my son Sebastian, 1 minute flat, blah, 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 blah. Right. And you can look at Katie's interviews. So is she really just a distraught mom that's truly, just heartbroken and devastated? Or is she a mom that did something to her son and possibly has regrets about that, but, and looking at it from this hollow kind of look that she has on her face? So it's really, who out of anyone would have a motive, at least, minimal, to why Sebastian could have possibly disappeared? Would you agree with that? Perhaps?
Well, I don't know. See, that's what's got me confused. It's like, if Chris Proudfoot is saying, choose your son and not me, is he trying to say, choose your son because I'm leaving? Choose him? Like,
right. Usually when someone
that's
makes
backwards.
Right. Well,
from what I would expect.
Well, to me, that's kind of like, to me, a normal, because it's not like I haven't heard that said that way before, in other situations, that I would expect you to choose your child over me. Like, meaning, if it comes down to it in our relationship, I would expect you. I know it seems a little bit odd, because you would think that you wouldn't have to say that, but in saying that, it's not like it's a very odd statement by the same token, because it's not like I haven't heard people say stuff like that. Like, if it comes down to it, I would expect you to choose your son over me, and I don't know if that has anything to do with Seth in the equation of it or whatever, but basically, to me, that's saying your son is your first priority before me. And if our marriage...
agree with that. That's what he was saying. But something that just occurred to me as you were saying that is, could this have something to do with the CPS? And that's how it came about, where he said, look,
Maybe.
if it comes down to me leaving the home or Sebastian leaving the home. You need to choose Sebastian and I'll leave. Is that maybe where this came in at?
And possibly, right? But the thing, bottom line is that at the end of the day, still it could have, but still not taking away from the fact that the relationship was dissolving, and he didn't like Sebastian, and I'm sure Sebastian didn't like him. Hence why he uses terms, more like, and the mom, and the boy, instead of saying Sebastian. It's because there's this disconnect from him as he's doing it. And I believe still on the first interview, he's trying to say it as if when someone's writing like a book or a story, and they're saying it in that weird way, that's not natural, how you would say stuff like, like Sebastian, instead of that boy, or, her son and stuff like that. Anyway, let me play this out a little bit more.
I know at this time that I think matters. So the first thing you need to know, there was an ultimatum. It was about 3 months ago. This ultimatum was shared with Seth. And this ultimatum came from Chris to Katie. He specifically said, so Chris specifically said this to Katie. He said, if it comes between me and your son, I expect you to choose your son. This 100% happened, as God is my witness.
So quickly there, Melissa, I'm not thinking it's anything to do with the CPS then. If it's something that he told Seth, maybe, but because this information was said to Seth from Christopher, it seems more likely it would be attached to that, perhaps, but don't know for sure.
Yes.
Let's
So
see.
I don't know. That's got
seed
me
was
confused.
planted, that maybe there was a reason, as much as I hate to imagine a mom doing this, but is that the reason that she chose, in the end, that she chose her husband over her son? Because Sebastian could have been a thorn in their relationship.
Oh, there she goes. Same thing.
Yeah, it's very sick, Mar. Yeah, ew, exactly.
Right.
Ew. So the second thing I want to say too, that really matters. So there's a lot of speculation. When was he last seen? 6:30 on Sunday night. Law enforcement has him on camera leaving the steakhouse. They drive for 9 minutes back to the house. Now, about a week after this information was uncovered, I guess, from law enforcement, or it's actually, no, about a week into the investigation, then Katie comes out and says, hey, by the way, I have dash cam footage. So Sebastian is actually heard in the vehicle on dash cam during that drive home. So we know for sure, 100%, and so far my source has been on point, okay? It came out in the Nancy Grace, everything that I've been told so far has been top notch, but that's the last time he was heard from. So I'm guessing once they returned home, 6:30 something that night is when the trash happened. He's seen taking the trash to the end of the driveway. Now, there's one detail I didn't tell you guys about that trash thing. So the person who shared that information with me, she told me that she herself didn't actually see that part, but when she talked to law enforcement, she said, so did you guys actually see him taking out the trash at 6:30? And law enforcement officer says, yes, he is for sure on camera at around 6:30-ish. So he's actually seen, though, taking out the trash. So we know that those two sightings, well, his voice in the car, but then the trash, taking out the trash, both of those are valid. So we can honestly say that's like the last time he's heard from. Okay, so things I've been wondering lately about this whole cockamamie story that Sebastian just up and leaves in the middle of the night. You know, where did he go? His footprints, I guess, were found, according to this recent dispatch call, supposedly like a size, and this is if I heard it correctly, okay, but there was footprints seen around this retention pond.
So we know that
Well,
part's
they end
not
up
true anymore.
draining it, and there's no sign of Sebastian anywhere. Let's see. Oh yeah, about the cockamamie story. What I have trouble with is like, I feel like Katie's really boxed herself in with her answers, right? He wasn't a runner. He never in the past had done something like this before. He wasn't allowed to talk to people online. Like every possible out, she's blocked herself into saying, you know, that wasn't like part of the equation. But we're supposed to believe he left the home without shoes, without a jacket. There's never been mention of a jacket. And just left town, wherever he went. It just doesn't ring true. One of the concerns I have is like the first couple weeks of this investigation, I feel like they were more so viewing it as like a runaway. I hate to imagine that being the case, but that's what I'm hearing. For example, the cars were never impounded. Why on earth would the cars have never been impounded? This is a very suspicious situation. And then it seems like Chris and Katie might have totally outsmarted them just by way of covering their tracks. Again, with the digital, like the electronic stuff, you know, your phone. Think if your phone is showing that you're in the location you're supposed to be at, then the cops aren't going to, I feel like, look as deeply into you. And if Chris's phone was at that RV park that he claims he was at, then they're really not going to, I guess my concern is they might not look as deeply into him as they should. We all know he could have borrowed a car. Maybe there's relevance to this whole Uber story that maybe he, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he was contacted and like, hey, I did something I can't undo. I need help. You know, could it have been something like that? I don't know. There's so much to this. It's crazy. But okay, so the first order of business. Here we go. Let's listen to the Nancy Grace comparison. I know you guys are probably sick of hearing the Nancy Grace stuff, but I just want to share with you this bold-faced lie. Lie number one. You guys need to see this or to hear it, I mean.
Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt.
That was actually several years ago, and it was
To Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you know, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes, one swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students. So it's a little, he's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
Or lying about doing work.
Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
It happens, you know, sometimes, especially.
Ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay.
Just so you're tracking. Now we're going to go over what they said originally. So you just heard what they said on Nancy Grace. Well, now this is what I'm sharing with you now is like 2 to 3, maybe even 4 days before the Nancy Grace interview. So you can see the stark contrast because it is very notable.
Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And and that, did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher, they're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble. So he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house. And the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that were shoved into one. When they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She's, "Hey, I already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Boo, boo, boo."
Frankly, I couldn't believe how much on good behavior Chris was. Hold on. Can you guys, I hope there's no problem with my service. Are you guys there? You can hear me okay?
Yeah,
okay, good.
Looked like it was spiraling there.
I couldn't believe what good behavior Chris was on, as far as not being as cocky and brash and rude as normal. It was like he was far more obedient, is the only way I can describe how they actually both were acting. Katie specifically struck me as like a docile, submissive, like, yes, ma'am, yes.
I saw that there because this is what we're talking about, right? To me, this is wise people that pick up on stuff like this. And it always makes me laugh when I listen to Jennifer or I listen to like Sweetie Pie Low, and we're all thinking the same ass thing, eh, Melissa? Because obviously on Smiley's World, and I remember that he's basically like, well, come on, give me the hard questions. I'm here to answer anything. Come on, give me some hard questions. But anyways, so he answers exactly why Sebastian got the belt and blah, blah, blah on Smiley's World a few days before. And on Nancy Grace, it's like, honestly, and then look how, first of all, look how Katie stepped in to defend his actions. Just like you see Christopher always over talking Katie as if he's controlling. But in this case, Katie starts talking to answer and defend for Chris's actions instead, where normally she's this meek little whatever. But anyways, so how do you not remember from a live that you just did 4 days ago when you explained why? Now all of a sudden, you know what? I really don't remember what it was. And again, anyone that watched, and I totally made fun of this myself, anyone that watched that Nancy Grace video, it was like listening to these, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And it was like Christopher Proudfoot like had his like said little good boy, impression on, like his tail got caught between his legs when she was, it was so funny to watch that. So did you take the polygraph test, Christopher? And he's like, no, no, ma'am. And it was almost like you could just feel that moment where, haha, see, you effing little liar, knew you didn't take it. But it was like watching this meek little, just like we've said, this meek little passive personality that's just like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Katie is not this meek little personality. You can tell by everything Seth has said about her, and and just exactly that she is more of that person that you can tell is probably more vocal than about, say, 400%, 500% than what she's coming off with this. No, ma'am. It'd be like, Sebastian, get your ass to your room and da 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 da. Like that type of more personality than this. Sebastian, get to your room. If you're going to lie to mommy, then you're just going to have to go to your room. And, and I'm an autistic child. So I guess every time I lie, I guess I'm going to need to get a beat down by Christopher Proudfoot, because I need to pay for my consequences and stuff like that. It's just, do you have anything to say to what you just heard?
She's definitely a faker. I mean, she's pretending like she's meek, but we know she's not. And it's like, I don't know at this point. I just, and him saying, when they went on Nancy Grace, it's almost like their roles were reversed compared to everything else. Because every other time it's Christopher Proudfoot cutting in and it's him taking over. But on Nancy Grace, it was her. And she's like, well, but her jumping to his defense just sickens me. It really just sickens me.
Yeah. And honestly, like I said, to watch I thought I'm so glad when Nancy said, when Katie started talking there to defend Chris's action, she's like, I'm talking to Chris, and then what? Talking to Chris,
Hey,
Chris.
Sonny, hold up just a second. They're talking about the picture where Sebastian was bruised. And the picture that they're looking at is right here, right under you, right next to where they're talking about. They think that's a bruise.
The one in the yellow?
I have the other picture, so let me.
Are you talking about the one in the yellow?
Yes. I thought at first this is the one that was taken from. So let me send you.
Yeah, send me it, but give me a second. I just really need to run to the washroom. 1 second.
Okay. Let me send you this one. This one. And this one. And then let me pull up this one. Okay, so I sent Sunny the actual single photo of that. I believe. Let me look at it here, guys. I don't remember where this one was taken. I think this is the Costco picture. Let me go to, not that dagnabbit. Yeah. Okay, so the picture you guys talking about with the bruise, that is actually the picture that was taken at Costco. That one, and that one. Yeah. So it's a more up close, the one that I sent her. So we'll see if she can pull that up, because I thought that at first too. But what I had noticed with the picture isn't necessarily the bruise, because I thought maybe it was a shadow the more I looked at it. But there's 3 or 4 kind of dots here on his neck that I thought were weird because they're not in any of his other pictures. So that is the one that I thought was weird. But we'll have Sunny.
Did you send it to me, you said?
Yeah, I sent it to you. So like I was just saying, there's actually, I thought at first it might be a bruise too. But that is the picture that was taken at Costco. But what stuck out besides what everybody is saying is a bruise is that you notice Sebastian doesn't have any moles on his neck. But in this picture that was taken at Costco, he's got 3 or 4 kind of marks on his neck, and then like kind of right across his where his Adam's apple would be.
Yeah, I can see.
Does look like a bruise. So I sent you 3 different pictures from that day, different views of it.
Yeah, we'll take a look at. I'll do this one first here, because I think this one makes the most sense. 1 second here. Where are we? Stop screen. Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. It just seems like something we need to kind of squash before it gets out of control here.
Oh yeah, no problem. So let me go back to that picture here. Let's just zoom on in right up close. Maybe we'll do there. Okay.
Because you notice he doesn't have these marks, these kind of dotted mole-looking marks on the other picture. That's why I screenshotted this one.
Yeah, it almost makes
But I
me
thought the
think,
bruising looked like a shadow.
you know, typically it's a shadow, but because there's dots on his neck there, that makes me believe that this picture was altered or manipulated of some sort. Because unless, let's see here, is that let me go look at those photos quickly that you sent me here. There's that one. There's that one. Yeah, like meaning I would take this photo with an absolute grain of salt, just because there's markings that he doesn't have that they're showing on there, and chances are, if anything, it possibly more is a shadow than, but because it has markings that don't belong there naturally, so I'm not going to take this. I would take this picture to be more manipulated than anything. Because why else would those dots show up? Would they show up if she had dots on her camera?
Well, what
Like,
I'm thinking, and this is just my thinking, because this picture that everybody is saying is the bruise. Okay, this was taken at Costco on Saturday. Costco does not have the best lighting. That's why I think the quote unquote bruise that everybody is talking about is just kind of a shadow, because Costco does not have good lighting. Okay, and the dots, he loves samples. Did he, eat something that had barbecue sauce? Did he drip it on himself? There's a million reasons. I don't think it's her camera.
right.
I think he has something on his neck, but I don't think it's a bruise.
Miss Dog Lover.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I would not definitely speculate if that's a bruise or not. We can already see shadowing going on around the collar of his neck and stuff like that, here at the bottom, let alone, here. That's almost like saying, like if someone was to read into these the smile area here and here type of idea. So, yeah, I'm honestly, I'm more apt to believe that those were scratches on Christopher Proudfoot's arm than this is a bruise on Sebastian's neck. And again, you know, these, like you said, it was it sauce that was dripping, you know, was it, I don't know, something on the camera, was what, that caused this. I wouldn't put too much credibility into this picture myself for said reasons of that.
And I mean, let's think about it. He's a teenager. It could be acne for all we know, or the dog scratched him. I mean, it could be a bunch of different things, but it's just everybody just keeps
Yeah.
saying it's a bruise, and I just don't see it as that.
And I get it because I have a bruise on my arm right now that appears like similar to this color, right? But yet, for him, yeah, like why would Katie show a picture of a bruised neck? Really, I don't know. I'm just not. You know what? I got no real comment on that particular picture. Besides, I would not put any credibility into that being a bruise or not. Yeah, just that would be like just knowing shadowing. I get that there's a shadow that already runs down his face here, like in this section. If you can see can you see my mouse?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So, I mean, I already get that there's a shadow that runs from his neck onto his shirt, again, because of the lighting and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm not willing to buy that that's a bruise.
Do you know this Kramaland?
No. Why?
Well, I'm going to go up a little bit here to a conversation, or well, not a conversation, a comment, but I do remember somebody saying something about a hickey, but
Right.
I don't remember exactly who, but way up here, hopefully I can find it. Okay,
I see
at
that.
1:15, they wrote, Katie Proudfoot's mom is strange. Don't blame him. Don't blame what's this him? Are you, because at that point when that was written, we were talking about Christopher Proudfoot and kind of all his bullcrap. So, and the choose your son, not me comment. So who are we not supposed to blame? And then you put that Seth says it's a hickey. So I'm just trying to figure out who this person, like, what are they saying? Like, I don't.
KP's mom is strange. I don't like. Okay, I get the feeling like perhaps you're thinking like this person's like you're not sure how to take them with their comments.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what they're trying to
Yeah,
get
I'm
across.
not.
Like, are they thinking we're blaming Sebastian? Are they someone said
Right.
Sebastian was strange.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Like
It's like I needed clarification. Like, who are we not supposed to blame here? I'm not saying
Chris
that they're a troll. I
Proudfoot
just wanted to
said it was
clarify.
hickey. Did Chris Proudfoot say that? See, I don't know. I mean, if I hear it, but it's definitely not no hickey for sure. And again, it might be a bruise. It might be nothing.
I think that was on Elevated Truth when he did that one, because I remember somebody saying something. It might be a hickey, and all I could think is, so he's autistic. He doesn't have friends, but you think he has a hickey on his neck? Like I remember thinking that.
Right. And so in this particular case, like I said, and he could have answered that. That's something that smart ass Christopher Proudfoot would say, like, yeah, maybe it was a hickey. Yeah, he's only missing and you can't find him, but let's make stupid jokes on Sebastian Rogers because he doesn't give a fuck about him. That type of thing.
Right.
But as for Crameland, because I could see where you were going with that, but he's just answering and asking, and saying typical stuff without it being like some crazy assets coming into chat type of thing, saying like insulting things or this or that type of thing. Anyway,
so Crameland, don't get upset. I just wanted clarification. Like, who is he talking about? And I meant to ask it earlier, but we got off on another subject, and so it just reminded me, go back and ask that because I just wasn't sure.
And the thing is that on Elevated Truth, possibly that question was posed, like I said, to him about that, but again, it's one of those things that I personally, I get it. Like I said, I see you guys see on my arm right here, okay, that's a bruise, like that's on my arm. So I get it for the coloring kind of how that could look like a bruise. Like Katie did one of those to his throat or something like that. And it very well could be or could be like nothing, but it could be, right? Like, don't know, to be honest with you.
But I would think, law enforcement has this picture because it's been on the flyer. They've seen the picture. It was within 48 hours of his disappearance. So I would think that if it were a bruise, law enforcement would already be on that.
Well, again, they would be on that, but always keeping in mind that they know so much more. And there's things that we have no clue that they know. They could very well be waiting for Katie or Chris or, I'll put Seth in there too, but I doubt it. But I'm just saying they could very much be waiting. Something happened to Sebastian Rogers. Although there might be nothing that has proven to show that they had anything to do with the disappearance. It doesn't mean that there's something out there not to show either. It's just that they have nothing that we know of at this point in regards to connecting Sebastian being missing or gone versus a connection to Seth, Katie, or Christopher in a sense. And I'll kind of leave Seth out of that one, to be honest, because again, the one person that if anyone had anything to do with the Proudfoot, with Sebastian's disappearance, based on just perception and of the information, again, not to say that Katie does, but the one person that has motive is definitely Katie. And that goes along with the weirdness of the day of what she said. And she might, honestly, she literally might be this grieving mother that just, hides behind the public stuff more so and is more of the introvert, whereas, Christopher is the extrovert person. And that's why she was perfectly fine with him speaking for her and stuff like that. And we know that she's not this meek personality. But again, there's nothing even besides things being said by them and awkwardness and weirdness, but that doesn't make somebody guilty. But still, it's kind of like when you're looking at something and you're looking for reasons and motive. Well, to me, in my head, there is motive that possibly Katie could have done something to Sebastian because she had the motive of her marriage falling apart, and that Sebastian, right, that Chris had given her this ultimatum basically, and said, I expect you to choose your son, blah, blah, blah. But that, that he was tired of Sebastian's problems, tired of her problems. So how many times do we hear of cases where the parent gets rid of their child because it's pissing them effing off that they're a thorn in their ass? And Sweetie Pie Low said the exact same thing. You hate to think it, but it's not like this doesn't happen so many times in cases. So if I was to deem a motive for anyone, it wouldn't be that the Bauer Sox went and hid Sebastian for the sake of Christopher Proudfoot and Katie. It would be that Katie wanted him out. She was fucking tired of his shit. And, her life probably sucked. She's in a big depression. She probably, perhaps was still drinking. Wouldn't doubt it. And then, her life is crumbling and basically probably blaming it on frickin' Sebastian, and would rather have her marriage to Christopher Proudfoot because women can do strange shit. But that at least has some ring of truth of what possibly could happen, because we see it happen so many times in other cases, where the child, like Susan Smith, before this guy, he didn't want to have kids. So let me just go take out my kids and put my van in the water and act like some black man abducted that, took over the car and ended up being the mother over a man.
Oh, I fully agree with that. I mean, if anybody had the motive to do it, it was Katie Proudfoot. And I think that motive was her family, her marriage was falling apart. And I think that she blamed Sebastian for that. Do I think Sebastian is to blame? Of course not. But I think that,
right,
like you said, she's the one with the motive, and that motive time and time again has been proven. You either kill for money, you kill for love, you kill for revenge.
Mm-hmm.
So, to do it for the man.
For all we know, the conversation that Chris and Katie were having could have been a conversation about the fact of their marriage. And, like Katie could have, after this phone call, like I said, believing what they did, for all we know, they could have been having a discussion about their separation and that their marriage is ending. And they could have been having that conversation. And Katie went into Sebastian's room after that, did something to him, hence something to do with the light video, perhaps. Who knows? That's a possibility because we don't know what that conversation was about, but it could have been something like that, where it was a conversation about their marriage, about it dissolving, that maybe he like is going to be moving out. Katie's pissed off. Maybe she'd been drinking that night for all we know, right? And perhaps, like I said, so the story we're hearing of Thud could have been, like Jennifer said, foreshadowing, so that if and when Sebastian is ever found, if there's any markings perhaps that would allude to, oh, well, that must have happened during the Thud that this happened.
Fully agree with that. Yes.
Am I smart or am I smart sometimes? Maybe.
And, they've never come out and said, and, it's not like we want like a play-by-play of that phone call, but,
no, we do.
Were you talking about your marriage? We want to know what, that happened right around the time that whatever happened to Sebastian happened. So maybe there's a clue in there. But I also feel like the Proudfoots are not wanting to give that information because they don't want to incriminate themselves, because they know that they've said too many things that make me feel like she had something to do with this.
Mm-hmm. And again, of course, and maybe that's why everything seems so scripted and why the truth isn't being told. But now we do have to say this, is that now she did say she passed the polygraph test. Now,
according to her,
again, one would think that you wouldn't get the results and they wouldn't really tell you. They would whatever. Now, I noticed that Sweetie Pie Low, when that was brought up, she had said that she had heard that, like, meaning not just about Katie saying it, but that you could tell it was when someone says, like, yeah, like I did, like she did pass it type of idea. But again, I mean, that's out of Katie's mouth. But again, if they're putting this to the public, why would you put yourself in that situation? If you're saying you passed a polygraph testing, you didn't, trust me. That's like a freaking red flag right there, right? So did she pass the polygraph test? Maybe she did. Maybe she freaking took some sort of drugs, and because those things aren't necessarily accurate, right? We know that. But so it's kind of one of those things, is that yes, I can see motive, to it. Like, meaning that this could have happened because, again, usually when so many things are happening and, like in somebody's life, especially, like I know personally for me, when I was, like I said, with my divorce with my ex-husband, like I was like a freaking zombie, going through life in a sense. Like prior to the marriage ending, I knew I was depressed. Why? Because I Googled it and I checked off pretty much 7 out of 8 box. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm in depression, right? I was walking around like a zombie. My spirit was gone and everything like that, and it's just one of those things. So I'm trying to like equate, if Katie is in this marriage and it's falling apart, right? Perhaps she's drinking, she's depressed, she has her son shit to deal with all the time because it's not easy raising someone with autistic, that has autism. And so again, right? So I'm thinking of it like when someone sometimes gets into a state, like a zombie state or whatever, and she's going through all this stuff that's going through her head, might she, right, be capable of doing something to Sebastian? Because again, because we know that Sebastian didn't just Houdini out of there, that something happened to him. And that something, according to Katie, included no shoes. So in what world that does a child leave the house without his shoes on? Considering, like Sweetie Pie Low says, she's boxed herself. If Katie had anything to do with it, she's boxed herself in to these questions, like these outs, right? But no, if he had done this before, or, da-da-da-da-da, But no, but she's boxed herself in because she's boxed herself in to be the only person that what the hell happened to Sebastian? What went on that day? What was yours and Chris's phone call about? Was it sweet nothings or was it more than that? Was it because again, if Chris has told Seth that the marriage and Sebastian and Katie's issues, right? That says a lot about what mood Katie must have been in. And sometimes that people do shit that they wouldn't normally do shit when they're in a state of like mental shit going on up here, right? And they just start like losing it. Like they're, you know what I mean? Is that you can be a normal person, but sometimes stress and anxiety can kick in and just all these thoughts running through your head. And some people will take action and some people won't. But because we don't really have anything else to go on, the buck stops at Katie. And why? Well, that's a plausible reason why one might decide to get rid of their child, especially when you equate this no shoes scenario in there. Because how likely is it that Sebastian would have left the house on his own accord without his shoes, without taking anything? Not likely at all. What's the chances of Sebastian leaving the home without shoes, perhaps getting carried over the back by Katie Proudfoot into the backyard there? Who knows, right? But because that's odd about the shoes and him being missing, and not taking his phone, switch, or anything, that believes, like his case is now, is a criminal investigation. Because that's why they put up the $50,000 reward to lead to the person or persons responsible for Sebastian's disappearance. So what's the likelihood of a third party coming in that somehow just takes Sebastian, unless it was perhaps something that was contrived? Because it doesn't seem likely that Sebastian would have talked to somebody and met up with them and didn't wear his shoes. The only thing that would make sense to is if he snuck out his window and he went off with somebody because he wanted out of there. That's the only thing that would make sense, is going out your window, not a front door and saying it's locked. But then when they were asked about that, apparently, according to Katie, again, that it was determined that through the house, that because this door was locked and he only knew the key code to this, but he didn't have access to the garage door opener, blah, blah, blah. And because of this over here, and because of the window, that there's nothing that seemed like he went out the window, that's hence why they focused that he must have went out the front door. And because it was locked. I still think it has something, if anything, I still think it has something to do. If he left with somebody, it would probably be in socks, and it would be, if he left with somebody because he wanted out of there, it would have been through his window. Because those doggies would have been barking that were up in the cages there near the back entrance. But, anyway, that's my thoughts and I'm sticking to it.
But let's think about that though for, a second. They want to say he doesn't have any basically understanding of money, but he had money in his room. So if he would have left on his own, let's say he does not go out the front door. Let's say he met up with somebody. Let's say that he went out his bedroom window. What is something you're going to take with you? Name two things that Sebastian would have been smart enough to take. One would be his glasses, right? They were gone. Mm-hmm. But he would have also, in my opinion and in my thoughts, he would have taken what little money he had, because he may not understand $20 is going to get me blah, 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 but he's going to be smart enough to know if I'm leaving, I need to take some form of money with me.
Correct.
I don't think by any means he left on his own accord.
Because remember, he's smart. It's like he's smart enough to know that he should take his money. Mm-hmm. You're not going to leave your house or even meet up with someone And you're not going to not take anything with you besides the glasses and a flashlight. This doesn't. It's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
wrong.
he was smart enough to take the flashlight because, let's say, he took it because he knew it was dark outside and he knew he'd have to have light. Well, he's also going to know I'm leaving home. I'm not coming back. I'm going to have some money for food because I'm not going to have, their story just does not add up. And it's just got so many holes in it that it's just not even funny.
Mhm. And that's why, like I said, so in your personal opinion, in your personal thoughts, is your number one person that you would look at the most Katie Proudfoot?
100%. Because even if I'm not looking at her as the person who killed him, right? I am looking at her because she is the last one to spend the last 48 hours with him. She is the last one to have seen him alive. She is the one who, in my opinion, holds the clue to this case. So I'm going to be looking at her.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be looking at her hardcore. But I did want to touch, you said something about she may not know if she passed the polygraph. Well, polygraphs are easy to pass, first of all. They really are. They're also not admissible, really, unless they're stipulated. But you do know, generally, I don't know if they would tell her, if they were looking at her as a suspect, I don't know if they would tell her whether or not she passed it or not. But they can tell you within minutes whether or not you passed. Because it's all like computer crap. I mean, it's almost instantaneous that they know. But I don't think that they would have told her. And I really do think that law enforcement is like, let's give her the room to talk. Let's give her the rope to hang herself and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. And it's because they don't know. Like, that's just it. Like, they literally do not know what happened to Sebastian. But do they have more insight and an inkling possibly what happened? And it could be that they're just waiting to, for something, for some sort of information that can attach, perhaps a family member, to Sebastian's disappearance. But because they don't have any video of anything about Sebastian leaving that neighborhood, besides some flashlight video that literally they told Seth and Katie and Chris was a garbage truck that was off by 2 hours, that it got stuck, as Seth said, that it got stuck. I was trying to find that. If somebody ever comes across that, remind me what live that Seth said that in when he was talking. I'm not sure if it was Pascal, but does anybody in here remember where Seth said that? Because I know he said it 100%, 1,000% about that that they were brought in. Like I know on the news he talked about it, about the them seeing it, and same with Christopher Proudfoot. Hence why the garbage truck, you guys, that only makes sense why they were told 2 hours that the video was stuck. And even if you watch the true video that was given with the actual timestamp on it, again, if the video is moving and the time's not changing, it does tell you that obviously it's true that it was stuck at 3:10 or 3:10, right? That makes sense. But also it makes sense that they would be told that the garbage truck came at 5:12. So if the lights, if they're deeming that as the garbage truck lights, and that's what they've told Christopher and Seth and Katie, like why would, like, meaning it's one of those things. Why would Ellie say that if it wasn't factual, that it wasn't that? Now, again, a lot of people don't believe that. But I'm just going by that. If you're going to trust anyone out of the information, you would think that you would rely on Ellie's information, not because they're going to lie about that. It's because they were called in because of the video going around and because of all the speculation. The police called them in to show them the video in night vision and day vision to the actual video to show them that this was a garbage truck and it wasn't flashlights, right? And hence probably why Seth the other day, not the other day, but on the live I was watching from November, where he goes, "Oh, you mean the flashlight video?" Right? And it's because, like I said, the reason they called them in was because of all that speculation going on with Sebastian Rogers' case. And again, Ali and that they only ever come out when they want to give us information that they want to give us. And they wanted to give us information that those weren't the glasses that were Sebastian's. They wanted to give us the information that that boy that looked like a doppelganger of Sebastian wasn't Sebastian. They came out and said that the green hoodie person had nothing to do with the investigation, that they've talked to him and stuff like that. They only ever do that when they want to give us information. So hence why they called them in there, so that they could show them from themselves what that video was about. And Gray Hughes did a video because he specifically was talking to Christopher Proudfoot, and Christopher Proudfoot explained to him what they were shown, where the lights were. So that's just a matter of, you know, do you believe Ali or do you believe a YouTube creator? You know, the thing.
But to your point on that, law enforcement has never came out and said, to my knowledge, that Katie and Chris Proudfoot are not guilty or vetted or not thought of any wrongdoing, or they've never come out and publicly cleared Chris and Katie Proudfoot.
No, but they did publicly come out and say that that at the time, like when the press conference came out, they said that there is no reason to believe that they had any involvement, that there's nothing to show. There was nothing to show that they had any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And that's because that's the truth. There's nothing to show.
Exactly.
That
It's
doesn't mean
wordplay.
that it doesn't exist, but they don't have anything to show that there's an attachment to, because again, if they have no video or nothing to go on besides Katie's word, so unless they got some special ass video out there, other than that, they got nothing to connect Seth or the Proudfoots to Sebastian's disappearance, you know. And then so not, you know, a few months back, whatever it was, they come out with a 50,000 reward because it's now a criminal investigation, because they believe that there is foul play in the disappearance of Sebastian. So we have to look at it from the foul play side. Not that Sebastian just met up with somebody or whatever, or ran away from home, but that somebody was involved with the disappearance of Sebastian. So again, if they don't have any proof to that, of course, there's nothing to connect them, you know, because there's not. That, or else somebody would have been arrested, or they would have let us know that, you know, that this person is a suspect or a person of interest, that the Proudfoots were a person of interest in this disappearance of Sebastian or Katie or something like that. But they have nothing to go on. They do not know what happened to Sebastian Rogers, and they have nothing to go on besides probably things that make them stink eye. Like they probably have suspicions, they probably have thoughts, but there's nothing physically. So if Katie had something to do with it, like you said, if she hangs herself or information comes forward that there was some involvement by them, right? Well, that's just waiting for time to see if something like that ever happens. That's the bottom line of it. So just meaning like that's the difference there, right? They have nothing. They can't say anything about Katie or Chris or Seth because there's nothing to go on for them besides perhaps gut instinct, intuition, and some other information that might make them look that way, but nothing to show anything, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's just the thing. They have nothing to show. You know, it's like everything we have, nothing tells us what happened. What do they have? You know, and we won't know that for we don't know how long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
But I
Yep.
think
Oh,
nothing to show is more of a wordplay than
yeah.
she didn't have anything to do with it. I think
Yeah.
it's more of a wordplay.
Sorry, I had to tell my husband to suck it because whenever it's 11:11, usually we always say something to each other. But I looked at the clock, and whenever we say 11:12, we always say suck it. Like I'll get a message from him during whatever work if he sees it first and I didn't see, like, and it goes to 11:12, he'll be like, or he'll say 11:11 and he'll be like, suck it. If anyone doesn't know what 11:11 is, it's typically when a loved one or somebody is talking to you. We always say make a wish is, like the running thing of that at 11:11, because it's one of those things. 11:11 technically is what it means, is that a loved one around you is basically coming to say hi to you. And when you catch 11:11, it's basically like, yeah, like, so I'm just like, like, hey mom, so anyways, that's what that refers to, if anyone didn't know, for 11:11. So ever since I heard about that a long time ago, many years back, it's always like, when I catch 11:11, I always smile, because I always go, all right, mother, or whoever, right? Just somebody around you that has passed away is coming to say hi. Somebody in chat told me, reporter, that GH gal, and she is really part of things, as though Ali isn't telling us what they know. I don't know. Hold on. I gotta yawn there. Can you dissect that comment?
Nope. I was just sitting here. I've read it like 3 or 4 times. I don't. So somebody in chat, so I'm assuming your chat, told her, or in another chat, told her that GH, gray, okay, green hoodie gal is really. Law enforcement came out and said, I believe, that green hoodie had nothing to do with it, right?
Yeah. Like, do I find green hoodies suspicious? Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. I do. I find that very, like, anything to do with that day of the 25th, like making pancakes, like overdoing it that day, like some weird person standing near the vehicle, for a good couple minute and a half to 2 minutes before they come out, I deem as strange. Okay, that's not normal shit that happens every day. So when you're looking at the day, and yeah, I do deem it as strange. They said that they came out and said that they've talked to the person. Great. You might have talked to the person, but did you truly vet them? Did they have are they associated to Katie in any which way, shape, or form? Or did you just call them into the office and say, hey, so you were between the car, like, can you tell me about the interaction? And they could have said, yeah, like I was just, kind of, looking at my phone or whatever at that point, and whatever it was, and they said, oh, okay, thanks. Just wanted to check into it. It could have been just like that happened, when really there could have been more to the story, and it just depends, right? How that's being looked at, and, and because you would, because that's stuff that, oh, sorry guys, I'm getting tired, I guess, but that's stuff that does happen. You get called in, get asked a few questions. Okay, that sounds reasonable. All right, that makes sense. Have a good day, right? When really, I find it very strange, and in my heart of hearts, I'm not really satisfied with that, because it's odd that this person was there. It's just odd with the whole day. So I'm looking at the whole day.
I don't think it would have been odd if they wouldn't have stayed there for so long.
Well, I wouldn't have thought it
the part that's odd to me.
Right. But that's what makes it odd. There wouldn't have been no oddness to that besides someone just walking by the car. But it was for the fact that the person's there. That's what exactly made it odd, and that's hence why it was looked at. Because it's not normal that somebody stands beside a vehicle and then they move forward, back out of camera, move forward, where you can kind of see them do that. And so unless it's someone that's trying to steal your car, right there in front of other people, right there, other than that, it's odd. If somebody's sitting there peering into your window to see, stuff, that's odd. So on a day that's already odd because Sebastian has disappeared, something like that happens to add to it. Definitely odd. Why did it take them so long? Right? And it's because they didn't deem Christopher or Katie to have anything to do with it besides Sebastian missing. So why would they want video footage really besides the restaurant, right? Why would they want that video footage of them besides to say, hey, yeah, they're in the restaurant eating, we can verify that. But if they're not deemed as suspects, why would they think of this green hoodie person and to sit there and look at that video? It's only in hindsight, right? That video footage that they go back and look at it because, Dog and his team have brought it out to the public.
Well, okay, let's talk about the green hoodie guy for a second.
Okay.
Girl, whatever. So the Soto case, not Madeline Soto, the other Soto with Fabian, the pregnant girl. Her and her boyfriend went missing, and they were later found unalived. Right. So police released a video of a truck pulling up next to the car. And so everybody on the interwebs here was looking at this video, and they noticed what looked like a white towel being thrown from the back seat to the front, and then somebody grabbing it and wiping something down. So law enforcement didn't see that at first. It was only when it was pointed out by multiple people from being online and it being blown up and it being shown to them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Savannah Soto. Yeah.
I remember that case.
So
that case.
For me, the mom in the Savannah Soto case of not Savannah Soto's mom, but the mom that was involved and got arrested. It's similar to this, right? Because it was the internet pointing out that this towel gate had got thrown right up front. So the green hoodie guy is like that towel at this point. It's because everybody else has noticed that green hoodie went and stood between the cars for an extended period, or what everybody deems as an extended period of time. And that's why law enforcement, in my opinion, went back and said, okay, well, look, everybody is saying this, so, they're pointing it out. Maybe we should go look at it. That's how I feel about it. They didn't deem it important until everybody started pointing out, well, that person's standing between the cars for too long. Kind of like the whole throw in the towel. It had to be pointed out.
And and I was 1 second. I was just doing something here. Stop screen play. Let's see. Let's go back to. You can hear my husband in the background there. Okay, so we're watching. No, okay, wait. This one doesn't show it because this one doesn't show it. Hold on a second. 1 second. That's not the one that shows it. Let me go back to mine for a second. 1 second. So this is the 10-minute one. Okay, if there's the green hoodie person. Can you guys see that? Right? Okay, Alexa, watch. Okay. Let me start it again. Alexa, make sure you're watching. This green hoodie person. Okay. Starts walking this way and then they veer right between Katie's car and another car. Now look at the time, right? 18:22. Okay, this person's still beside the car. Still beside the car. So we're at it basically a good minute here. You can see this person moving. You can see them moving there. See? Still there. Here comes Sebastian and his mom. Katie there. Okay. So she taps her hand on the roof to me as if to say, like, I need to get in here. Perhaps. And then all of a sudden, this weird person. Okay, so I'm just going to stop it there. Oh, let alone, where's that guy? I want to show you this part as well. Where's the part where the guy is standing at the door or comes in? Where's that part?
That's right after they come out and they're getting ready to get in the car.
Okay, just to show you this guy right here, we'll see him back in a second. So watch that guy come back into screen in a sec here. Okay, here. Oh, no, that's not him yet. It's once Katie and Sebastian come to the vehicle. See, there's the handicap sticker on her car. Okay, so you see that person. So the only thing that would make sense is if this person was talking to somebody in that car at the side window. That's the only thing that would make sense to that.
Which could be the reason that they took a real quick detour because they realized they knew the person.
Right. Okay. Now this person's going to come back in. See how he's looking right there at them? And then he keeps looking. You know, and he just kind of holds the door there. But, you know, does that mean something or not? So, like I said, so the only thing that would make sense to me is if he was talking. But in saying that, you know, again, then this is where you just wish you could lift up this freaking camera to see if there's somebody in that passenger side. Okay, actually, let's go back to the start of that, okay? Because here he comes, and then he's going to walk in this direction. And then all of a sudden veers off. So is it like they were looking, and then it was like, oh, that's where my friend is or whatever? You know, so that's the only thing that would make sense to me about why he was there. Like why he was spending that time between the vehicle. And then Katie comes out, and you can tell though, because you have, like, you can't make shit up. I mean, she taps the top of the car, and like we talk about perception, just like you were talking about in the restaurant. Typically when somebody taps their car, it's like that is an indication like, look, I need to get in here. You know, like, or this is my vehicle, I need to get in. They would do something like that. And then like, so that does remind, like that does come across to me like Katie's tapping her vehicle, say, hey, like this, you know, I need to get in here. And then him, you know, moving off to the side. So that could make sense to me. Thank you for subscribing, Denny. Thank you so much. Appreciate any new subscribers or people watching like this. Again, for anyone that doesn't know it, and this isn't to be braggadocious, but I do want to say with the Sebastian Rogers case, again, this channel is the one that covered it for the first time of any YouTuber that's out there. Okay, now it was very important to me because I am a smaller channel, and that when Aspen had given me this particular, sent me this, because it was big on TikTok the particular day, but it was very important to me that when we come across cases that need attention, that because this was a smaller channel, that I wanted to make the bigger channels that have the impact aware of this case. So that's why this case is special to me, especially because, Aspen had sent it. And when I saw this picture of this child that was missing and this big smile on his face, it just gravitated at my heart. So we have been, for anyone that doesn't know, we've been following this case since day one of when Sebastian Rogers had disappeared. It might have been day one of the second day. It was, like I said, Aspen had said, like, look, this is all over TikTok.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. I'm going to get off here. I'm feeling really nauseous all of a sudden.
Are you? Oh.
So I'm going to get off here and go get some medicine.
Yeah. Okay, Missy. All right. Well, thank you, Melissa. And thank you for all your time stuff that you worked on today. All right. Okay. Bye, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Okay. It almost sounds like she's going to throw up or something there. Poor thing. But so again, that's why this case has been like the Delphi case and whatever, when cases especially take over your heart. So I'm so glad myself, right? Because not every case gets the awareness that it deserves. But usually when there's oddities to a case, they're the ones that catch, like the people's public or the public's of course, attention and stuff like that. So I was really glad that within the next day, a lot of YouTubers were picking up on this case and stuff like that. That's why this case especially means a lot, because it was like, I remember Nick Barra's reporting on it. And it was, like I said, I was like, just taken back by this child's smile for me. And to this day, this case is so heartbreaking, because anytime a child disappears or has something to do with it, it's just heartbreaking. They're children. That's the bottom line. They're children. They're innocent, and when parents or a disappearance of a child happen, again, if you have children, the agony and pain that you would be going through if you were ever in this situation yourself, but that's why it's very important to bring awareness. If somebody does a post on Twitter and you see that they've shared like a missing thing, just hit share, retweet the post. If you're watching a live about a missing child, something like that, just hit that share button and stuff like that. That stuff is free. And that stuff anyone can do. And again, if you're in the true crime world, that's not so hard to do, right? Because the whole purpose of being in true crime and being followers of it is because you care to follow cases. And everyone matters when it comes to the missing, especially when it comes to the children, like bless their little hearts. So anyways, feel better soon, Melissa? Take a closer look at this video in my monitor. I'd have to, I'm going to have to bring this into my own little program and just try to see if I can see a person in that. Because if that's it's only because, again, if there's somebody beside Katie Proudfoot's vehicle and that person, let me just play it again just for the sake of it, okay? Wherever it's on my Twitter here. Okay. So watch green hoodie guy come from behind on the opposite side of the road. Look at the face, look at the direction, and then watch it change. Okay, it's like he's walking over, then all of a sudden the chin goes up. I wish I could make this bigger here for you guys, but I can't. But pay attention to this area here. because you can see movement of when he does move, or she. It's a he, she. So just keep your eye out just above the hood of Katie's car. See, right here you can see movement. You can see it again with the person. But because we can't see if somebody's in this car, so again, so it just goes back to the strangeness of the day altogether. So is it strange that, I mean, it's probably hard for people to see unless they push their thing in, but you can see the person again is right here. Katie taps on the vehicle, and then this guy right here that's coming to the door, is kind of like looks over there as if, maybe he's just looking over there and, catching his eye, whatever. Maybe, that he heard the voices and just was kind of like, hey, what's going on? Maybe not. Maybe it had nothing really overly to do with that at all. But again, would it be strange on a day of Sebastian's disappearance, the green hoodie guy? But Ali says that they've spoken with this person and that she or he is of no interest. So maybe it just, see, like, again, if only we could see right here. This is where I'll have to pull the video back just to see if I can make out anyone that's in that vehicle, because that would make sense if somebody was doing that. Nothing would make sense for someone to be around that car for like a minute and a half and have that make sense, knowing that you see this person kind of moving forward and back out. Let's see here. Let me see. When you watch the magnification of the video, when Sebastian sees green hoodie, Sebastian turns around to go back in the restaurant. Not sure that I've seen that, but let's take a look. We'll bring it here, I guess. I'll just take a quick boo at that for a second. Okay, they're coming out. He goes to the wrong car. You can tell Sebastian. Yeah, there's nothing there that says he was heading back towards the restaurant. If anything, if what you're referring to is when he went to go to this car, and then his mom's like, yeah, no, like pushes him kind of like, no, it's over here. Perhaps that. The lady walking in the black car behind KP looks too. I don't think there's anyone in that car. I could be wrong. I'll take a look again. Yeah. Let's see. The person outside looks male, but inside the person looks female, right? And that's where, I'm just going to say he, she, or something, because people have classified this person as a female, and it has looked like a female, but it looked like a male as well. So, it just could be an ugly female for all we know. Not judging. So judging. Hello, husband.
I'm judging.
Are you judging? Do you want to say hi?
No.
No? You want to bring me my ice cream? Or, oh, no. I was thinking that you were getting me an ice cream cone. But he bought me a frost. What is it called again, honey?
You asked for it, you dumbass.
I know. What was it called again?
It's called linear ice creams. Anyway, have fun.
It's blueberry freeze? Something like that. Anyways. I was thinking in my head, normally I ask for an ice cream cone. So then when you brought that, I was thinking that. But no, he's right. I asked for this. Totally. Just Alexa, just so you know, it's diabetic free. I'm lying on that. But anyway. It's so good. Good husband. What a wonderful husband. Husband, just so you know, you're wonderful. Hee hee. On there. Let's see. Uh, she appears to wait between the two cars. I see their heads appear to meet. Pot is illegal there, or is that her dealer? Right. I was just messaging. Yeah, meet me outside. I'll be outside in a couple minutes. With where they hand off. You never know. You never know. I mean, Katie did spend a lot of time on the phone in the restaurant there, going over a bunch of stuff and looking at stuff, and she was doing this. So, for all we know, yeah, give me the goods in a couple of minutes. Um, you know, I got a few extra minutes to kill. And by the way, hey, 25 people on Twitter. It's not legal here. Well, it's legal here in Canada. It does look suspicious. Well, like I said, it's one of those things. Sometimes it's hard to believe because Ellie's saying, like, look, we come out, there's nothing on. We've talked to this person, but Delphi case jaded me for sure on whether or not I trust whether Ellie does something or not. We would have thought that they would have done a luminol test on, but why they didn't do one is because they didn't believe that Katie or Chris had anything to do with Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. Do they regret that now, perhaps? And that's why I think that truly, that when a child goes missing, instantly it should be deemed as a scene that needs to be roped off regardless. It's better to downgrade the scene than to have to go, oops, we fucked up and now everything's contaminated because everyone's been strolling through the house and touching things and whatever. Children typically go missing, a ton of them. A ton of them are found, okay? But when a child is missing, the home that the child is from should instantly be blocked off so that people can't just go in, and it gets kind of treated like it's a crime scene because a lot of times children go missing due to the parents or someone close to them. So why not take those precautions? Because now, right, if Katie or Christopher or whoever had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, look how much evidence was destroyed, by that. And I just think it's because we always see these cases with kids. I'm talking about with children, right? Look at how many cases with children that the parents have done something to that child to get rid of them because they're a hindrance, they're in the way, oh my God, like the sickness when you think of these stories, suitcases they get put into, chopped up, bent. Oh God, I just cannot believe that those type of parents and people exist in this, just honestly, I just can't even go there with my brain. Right. They can tell you anything or they can tell you nothing at all. They will only tell you the things that they want you to know. That's it. That's all. How can Ellie think that when it's proven that right, go missing, you got to look into their parents first? Right. Absolutely. Right. This straw sucks ass. I'm sick and tired of these stupid freaking cardboard straws that they make us use instead of plastic ones like regular people, because gotta save on plastics and shit. Do you like over here, you guys, like we're not allowed to sell like plastic foods and sports. They have to be that wood shit or this fucking cardboard crap. So good. How can Ali think that when this right? So, I think probably most of you guys probably would agree. Especially when it comes to children that are in true crime, if you follow it enough, that lots of times the parents have something to do with the disappearance. But if you're in a small place like Hendersonville and stuff like that, but it would be nice if it was something that was more like a mandatory thing that was like, nationwide that way, from the States or even here in Canada, for instance. Let's see here. They found a kid in their freezer. Right, Alexa? Crazy ass shit. Let's see here. You know what? I'm gonna go back to Jennifer Coffin-Daffer thing that I played earlier for people that might not have seen it near the start of the live. I think I might do that since I got a little extra time. I have to work in the morning, 8 o'clock, but I work from home, so it's like gotta be up at like 7:30. That's very interesting still with what do you want to do that? Okay, we'll do this one again. Okay, so we'll play this part out. This is about the thud
experience, because they're trying to explain if that child is found. She says,
hold on, it's going to be about let's just play it from here.
I want to talk about next some very important things that happened really very early on in the investigation. When I say early on, now we know, unless we're not going to believe the wanted posters, the information from the FBI, all the information put out there was he was last seen on the 26th. Why do I think that might be accurate? Why do I think he might have actually been seen on the 26th, not the 25th when we saw him at the Roadhouse? I think so because I believe law enforcement here. What do I think is there? Because this is important. Katie Proudfoot said she put him to bed and she never checked on him after. Despite hearing noises, at first she says, well, it sounded like he might have been playing with something or had something. And then it became a noise, a loud noise, then it became a thud. It really challenge you all to look if just so you know where I'm getting this from. I'm getting this from Katie Proudfoot herself, from digesting and perusing all her different statements she has made. It's progressed. What the thud noise, I'm doing backwards. Thud, loud noise, sounded like he was playing with something, right? And she doesn't go in. She says, it's time to go to bed. Stop it. Whatever you're doing, get to bed. It's fine. I'm not going to judge her for that. But I find it very interesting, the progression of how she describes this noise. Let me tell you why. And I'm not saying this happened. I'm saying what I have seen in my experience. What I have seen in my experience is that people, when they are involved in a situation where they are either covering or involved in a child being hurt, that oftentimes they will foreshadow and say things like, I heard something. I heard a thud. I heard something noisy. Why? I'm not saying, again, Katie is doing this. I'm saying I've seen it in my experience, because they're trying to explain, if that child is found, why they might have bruises, why they might have an injury that could be life-threatening. Oh, that must have been when I heard that thud. That must have been that. So I'm not saying that here. I am just saying I've seen that. Secondarily, I want to say I am raising this as a red flag only in the fact that Katie wasn't consistent from moment one. This is your child that's missing, and you are making statements about it. Most people, it doesn't elevate from, well, I think he might have been, I think she first said something like messing with something. It sounded like he was, playing with something, to a loud thud, right? You start off with the loud thud. Oh my gosh, the night he went missing, I remember a loud thud. If this is the truth, right? When it's not truthful, you hear progressions and you hear missteps and misstatements. Now, yeah, giving her the benefit of the doubt, Maybe she just didn't phrase it right at the beginning. Maybe as she thought about it, she realized, you know what, that was pretty loud. I probably should say loud thud. For you all to consider, but for me, it raises a red flag.
Okay, so we'll stop that there. I thought you had left, Missy.
No, I didn't have time. I didn't even think to hit leave studio. I interrupted you, and by the time I got over to the bathroom, I didn't have time to hit leave studio.
And it's because Sebastian, like in the background here, is pictures. So I just thought it was the typical, because I have other things that are, like still up, like from the earlier things we played. So I was just thinking that you had left. And when you said you were in studio, I looked down and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess guess she is still here. Now the thing that always gets me too, okay, so I already put this at the start of this live, okay, because it was one thing that I didn't ask Jennifer Coffin ever out of a few things that I knew I would forget to ask stuff, but some important things. But the thud was one of those. But luckily Jennifer has done this video called Talking Facts and Foul Play. Okay, you guys can all go over to Jennifer's channel and watch all the red flags that she feels and talks about on her channel there. But on Nancy Grace, as Christopher Proudfoot and Katie are on their best behavior, they talk about this like Katie does. And Katie said it was just a thud. It was just a thud. Okay.
The word just is what gets me.
So, right, exactly. Right. When you hear something like minimized, so you're minimizing a strong word, so you hear a thud, and I don't know if those are called adjectives or nouns or frickin' verbs or whatever, but when you're taking away by saying just and yet using the word thud, right. I mean, you can't help but find that a little strange that, first of all, that she didn't get up because she's obviously talking to Christopher Proudfoot. We don't know what they're talking about. Again, they could have been talking about their relationship this whole time, because, it was on the rocks. They could have been doing something like that. As I said, who knows, again, with Sebastian Rogers, but in here, Jennifer's talking about foreshadowing. So like Alexa says, like maybe it was in case somebody heard something that she's already said it. Now, it's not like they said that right away. That didn't come into play until like a few interviews later, this whole thud thing. And then as it was talked about, like on the many times later, in a sense, about a thud and stuff like that. But it's when you use the word just a thud, just a thud, didn't care. It's kind of like Christopher Proudfoot talking about Sebastian on when he was calling 911. And now he's like, so like he disappeared, or I guess, like my wife called me, said he was missing, but whatever. And then he goes on to like, like those type of things that are being said, like, but yeah, whatever. It truly, I think, gives you insight into how Christopher Proudfoot truly felt about Sebastian, let alone the fact that the relationship was on the rocks because of Katie's issues, Sebastian's issues, and etc. Right? Again, something happened to Sebastian, and this is the part that bugs me. We just can't go any further than what we know. Unless, of course, at night, Nick the Hat, through, Dog and that and Seth, unless that they find out some information that becomes critical to the investigation, through deep diving and searching, talking with people, getting as much information as they can, and I know that they put out that, for instance, At Night put out pictures showing Enoch Way, and I believe that was as if to show like that could that possibly be, at the Bowersox home, Christopher Proudfoot's black truck right there on an earlier date. We know that he basically is telling everyone that he's not allowed to say the date of when he left, which is absolutely ridiculous. Like no person is going to say, well, they don't want me to know, unless there was something to that. And Christopher Proudfoot is just bold-faced using it like because there's something, because there has to be something around that. If Katie Proudfoot says that Christopher Proudfoot was home, right? That he was home, but the last time he seen Sebastian was when he left February 1st. And then right after that comment or that statement that she made, she literally turns around and says that Chris saw Sebastian when he came home, when she was asked about that. So those two things don't make sense. So that possibly could be about the teachers meeting on the 7th that he actually truly saw Sebastian again, and that somehow that the LE didn't want them to exactly know this information or something, because it's so ridiculous to think that of all the information that Christopher Proudfoot has aired, the most ridiculous thing is that you can't say on the 1st, that you didn't leave to go to Memphis on the 1st, but yet clearly you told somebody, because that's why Katie said, when prompted by Smiley's World there, and said, well, why did Chris say that that's the last time he's seen Sebastian and before he left? And it was because she said, yeah, he was at home. And that's because it's true that that's the last time he's seen Sebastian, right? So the next time he's claiming he saw Sebastian was on the 26th when he came home. So what is in that part of February near the start that he can't talk about, like it's some sort of secret special thing, because like I said, he forgets things, and he probably didn't realize his wife had said that.
Would CPS tell him not to talk about an open investigation and doing, if he had to leave because of CPS, let's just say, would CPS tell him, well, I'm just,
like, are you talking about that he had to leave the home because CPS?
Yeah, let's say the CPS report, they told Christopher Proudfoot, you've got to leave, you can't be there, right?
He said that's
say
not
that's
true.
what happened.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, let's say that's what happened.
Okay, let's say that's what happened. Okay.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
So would they tell him, well, you can't talk about the open CPS investigation, and that's why he's not one? I don't believe so. I think that is just his go-to because he doesn't want to answer questions. But I mean, hypothetically, could that be? Like,
Well,
I don't know. I think it's his go-to just so he doesn't have to answer a question.
Well, the thing is
because
that
he only says that on stupid ones or when he's being pressed.
Well, I was going to say, for the fact that he did say, and again, I know it's hard to believe Christopher Proudfoot, but for the fact he was asked that question and they said, so like how long, I think the question was something like, well, so how long did you have to stay out of the house for? Did you have to stay at the house? Or were you told that you had to, stay somewhere else? It was something like that. And he said, that's not true. Basically to say that, no, I was never told I had to leave the house, So if that's not true, then it just really goes back to the whole, did TBI tell him not to talk about that? Again.
But I can't see a reason that the TBI or the FBI or anybody law enforcement related would tell him, you can't say when you left the home.
That's why Jennifer Coffendaffer and I were having a laugh about that, because that's what I said to her. That's what I'm asking you, Jennifer. Like, tell me why would TBI even say that to him, that he couldn't, after all his talk about everything else, that they're not gonna, that he's not allowed to say when he left? That's the most ridiculous thing. So there has to be some sort of, maybe something he's hiding, or there must be maybe more information that is kept close to the vest about that particular time frame, about perhaps he was home. But the thing is that when that happened, he had hopped off of the live to answer the phone for his daughter. So it was Katie Proudfoot. The thing was that, ended up saying and talking with Smiley about it. But Smiley said, why would your husband say the last time he seen Sebastian was on the 1st? Right? And Katie's, because that's true. So he obviously said that to her or someone else for her to have said that. So, but because Katie answered that and said, because it's true, that's acknowledging that, yes, that's the last time that Christopher Proudfoot was physically home, according to Katie, that she had saw Sebastian. But then she either Freudian slipped or whatever and said, but Chris saw Sebastian when he came home. Right? So
Yeah, that's the part that gets me is she
right.
said he saw him when he came home.
Hi, breathe deeply. Why did not call us? It was Terry Lynn. Which call was not his daughter? Which call was not his daughter? It was Terry Lynn. Not sure what that means, actually. We sincerely need to change how we are, as parents, view personal phones for our children. They are beacons of safety. If Sebastian has his phone, he may have been found by now. Well, yeah, if somebody didn't take him. And his phone was still plugged into the kitchen, unfortunately. Breathe deeply, but in fact that they are. But obviously, if this is deemed as a criminal investigation, and none of Sebastian's belongings are missing besides that 2 items that apparently he did take, which is his glasses. Not that he took them, but meaning he was wearing his glasses and a little flashlight. So unfortunately, in his case, if somebody has something to do with his disappearance, unfortunately, the only thing to look into would be is if Chris or Katie's phone at any point was around that home and had any pings to it outside of the time frame of going to sleep. That's what I'd be interested to know. Did Katie's phone at best, if Christopher Proudfoot truly was in Memphis, right, and was working away and had called and and this was all Katie's doing, in a sense, did her phone end up moving at any point after, say, 12 o'clock when she went to sleep? So I'd be very interested in that. Did they check that? I don't know. Because again, if they're not deemed as people of interest, are they looking at pings? Or are they just looking at messages? I don't know. It's those questions that you just literally wish you could call up and ask them, like, "Hey, idiots, did you do this? Because I don't trust you. You already never." What were you going to say?
Oh,
yeah,
I forgot for a second. And it may have been said, I don't know. Has anybody ever said what time around Chris got home? Because let's say
1
he
p.m.
gets the call at 7 o'clock in the morning.
6.
We know it was 6:30 something, but let's say it took him till 7 to be able to get headed to the house. I think they said it was like a 4-hour drive home. So that would have put him home at 11.
No. So let me just stop you there. So, because I'll give you the actual information on that. So Christopher obviously was talking to Katie at 6 o'clock. He could not, he said, according to Chris, he could, like he works in a crane, on top of some sort of, I think, hospital thing that he was working on, whatever. He needed to have a relief coming. And at this point, again, if a child is missing and you're thinking, he's just probably hiding out somewhere and he's going to be found, there's probably no urgency in his step so much. He has to get someone crane. Anyways, so according to Chris, I believe it's 3 hours and 38 minutes or something like that, 37 minutes door to work type of thing. Anyways, he stated many times he arrived back at 1 o'clock because he had to wait for a shift person to come take over the crane because you can't just abandon it. You have to, da 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 da. So he got back at 1 p.m. Pretty much on the Monday.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Because I was trying to put in my head about how long it would take him to get home. So that makes sense, that he has to wait for somebody. So, but I wasn't sure. I thought I had heard it somewhere that he had arrived home at a certain time, and I thought it was 1, but then I was like, well, that doesn't make sense because it doesn't add up. But having to wait for somebody and all that, yeah.
Yeah. And again, breathe deeply. The case is not deemed as a missing child, in a sense, as if Sebastian left on his own accord. The FBI put out the $50,000 reward because it's a criminal investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian and is looked at as foul play, and that's why. And two, like an Amber Alert was made for anything to do with a child being abducted. That would be like foul play. But anyway, so that's how his case is deemed now. It's not deemed as Sebastian just, fa la 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 la, look at the butterflies. Let me go out at, between 12 and 6 in the morning. And even if that's the true time, because again, everything's according to Katie. And obviously there's references for the police to look at, phones and all that stuff just to verify whatever information that they have given and stuff like that. But it's not deemed as just him going out by himself and, going away. Sunny, it's 3 a.m. Yeah, no, of course. I got to get off here right soon myself because I have to work in the morning at 8 o'clock. So yeah, let's, I don't think he would wander off no shoes. Right. I don't think he ran away or walked. I say this respectfully. It's because he didn't. So yeah, so you know what, let's just do final thoughts because it's not like, we can't talk about Sebastian Rogers on another day. Peaceful. I'm just grappling with peaceful conclusions. Yeah, no problem. At the end of the day, breathe deeply. All any of us want is to understand and pray that the possibility that Sebastian is with somebody else and that he's still alive is our biggest hope. It might be a very unlikely possibility at this point, seeing as we're closing in on close to a year. Melissa, get your ass over there to on the 25th, and you stalk that neighborhood for what the lighting would look like. Okay. At 5 o'clock in the morning on the 25th. I want to know what that lighting looks like when the garbage truck would have come.
I would if I could, but that's a really long drive.
Yeah. How far is that from you?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Hold on, let me find out.
Just curious, asking for a friend. But anyways, so that is our, biggest hope, of course, that Sebastian is returned to Seth and that, that he is with someone, so it's better to hold out hope knowing we don't have answers, but usually we know how cases like this go, but there is hope. There still is hope because there's nothing to, unless you go by Christopher Proudfoot, who says that, like this case is going to be like, a study, what was the exact words of that this case is going to be something used for a study or something like that. Yeah. But anyways,
it's going to be studied.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, that's just it, Alexa. Why wouldn't he reach out to his real dad? Why? Because somebody did something with Sebastian is why. And it wasn't Sebastian doing something to Sebastian. Yeah, right.
It's a case to be studied for sure.
Yes, it's a case to be studied for sure, as if he's already dead and buried in the ground and the case is not going to be solved. So it's definitely a case to be studied for sure. Every parent is going to say that after 8 days of their stepchild missing, right? Highly unlikely that someone's going to say that. So again, who has motive? The most motive in this, as far as we can see, that would be Katie Proudfoot, you know, marriage failing, depressed, you know, maybe that phone call, like I said, with us, Christopher, was more of an intense conversation about their marriage. You know, maybe she did do something to Sebastian. Maybe that 10-15 minutes in the morning was something. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe that's just a wrong line of thinking. But at least it's a reasonable thought that, you know, when, like I said, when people are doing shit with kids and their kids are in their way and they're causing, you know, being a thorn in their ass type of thing, and the marriage is about to fail, people do the damnedest things, even if they wouldn't do them normally. Depends what state of mind perhaps Katie was in, you know. Again, everything's Katie's words. I don't think most of us trust Katie's word, to be honest with you. Do you believe that the public trusts Katie's words?
Nope. And to answer your question, I'm not sure I want to drive 5 hours to go stalk the Proudfoots. Old house that.
Come on now, go talk to Katie and Chris. Come on now, get off that chair, lazy. Let's see here. I know a lady who her daughter was missing for 30 years, and those 30 years she held on to hope. Every day she would put out flyers. Oh my God, don't break my heart with that, Alexa. Oh my goodness. That is just so sad. And that's, I just cannot stand like hearing stuff like that. It just seems there would be coverage. The current videos honestly look compelling. Eh? What? I'm confused by that. Do you understand it?
What do you mean the current videos look? Huh?
You talking about the flashlight videos? Just seems there would be coverage. Not sure exactly what you mean unless you're referring to people showing the mob crew and that, showing how that these are
It's
flashlights.
not 13 days. It'll be. Is it really 13?
We're only in January, people. He
I
disappeared.
thought it was February he went missing, right?
Mm-hmm. What other one? Breathe deeply. Which other one are you referring to?
Is she talking the Texas Roadhouse videos?
Current videos honestly look compelling. Maybe. Yeah. February 25th will be a year for Sebastian. It's crazy, isn't it? You're crazy. No, you're crazy.
I know I'm crazy.
Whenever I was younger and I would ask my stepdad, hey, there's 111 people watching. How many are from Twitter? 26, 85 in-house. Don't forget to hit the like button if you guys could, okay? Bring awareness to Sebastian Rogers' case, even if it's, you know, like whatever. I always find things about videos, you know, like perhaps if somebody shared one or whatever, is that sometimes during somebody's live, perhaps sometimes there's things that give you pause for thought, or something that you learned that or you never thought of and stuff like that. Those are the things that I always try to like look for, something that could make sense that maybe I didn't hear before or didn't know before and stuff like that. He didn't walk out. There is so many cameras there. I know there's more footage from same camera, but a lighter time if day allowing is a better perspective on angles and possible movement of lights in question. Well, to be honest with you, so as far as I know with that personally, is that creators have made layovers and stuff with that footage. So Nick Perez is the one that put out the footage first of all, with the, you know, say we'll call it leaking of that video from, you know, who was holding a camera or whatever. But then there was a video from I guess the actual person or whatever, and then it did have this time stamp on it and stuff like that, and we got to see more than just a zoomed in version of it. But as for a lighter version, I think the only thing that's been done by that is by creators manipulating the video to show it in a different way and stuff like that. That's kind of what I think you're thinking about, because there is no like lighter version in a sense, unless it was provided by the person that owned that camera on the side of the house there, that gave them, some more video of that. But I've never seen that. I've only ever seen the extra video of where we can see the camera facing the trucks and the boat and stuff like that. Anyways, at the end of the day, the new video SF Investigator put out isn't the right angle, like a new camera. I don't trust that guy. That's what I think Mob Crew was saying, was like, look, you're putting out it like this, but the angle is like this. And the thing is that honestly, if you're going to put out a video, you better put out the right dang angle of that video, have the best perception, because that matters when you're looking at somebody putting out a video where they're holding their stick or whatever, but yet they don't have that right angle. So they're showing all these other lights as if you can see more and stuff like that. No, you have to take the truest form of the video that night and use those same, measurements in a sense as you would see it, just like the camera did. So I remember Mob Crew talking about that, and he showed it, and I agree. If you're like, we all know how that camera was facing, and it wasn't facing where you could see honeysuckle. Okay, it wasn't facing up there where you could see honeysuckle. So when the actual footage was released with the timestamp that you could see, even though the timestamp had stopped, but you could still see it, that's going to be the angle that you need to look at for sure. Yeah. Avoidance account. Honestly, there's no. Okay, so at the end of the day, honestly, whether people believe that those are flashlight videos or not, Sebastian Rogers disappeared. Obviously, a lot of people still believe that, even though Ali said it's garbage trucks, and that's why they brought Christopher Proudfoot, Seth, and Katie in to show them why that was that. Again, it's one of those things. Sometimes it's hard to believe because it's not making sense that it was a garbage truck at that time. There's nothing to show in the video like a garbage truck would look like that. We see in the actual footage a garbage truck going down Kellyland at 5:12. And then coming back up onto Stafford, about 5:12 there. But the thing is that, again, that same look of the garbage truck is not the look of those things that we're seeing at, and I don't want to say it's at 3:00 in the morning, because again, in the video, you can see the time doesn't move. It was stuck. And again, this is very confusing. And this is why there's no clarity to this, because the camera doesn't say anything besides 3:11. And yet we're watching a video where the time is stuck. We were told the time was stuck by, Seth, and that the time was really 2 hours later. And that's because the LE had showed them in at night and day what the area looked like and why this would be a garbage truck, right? But thing is that a lot of people didn't believe that, so they've been dissecting it and stuff like that. And so again, it's either one of those things. Do you believe LE, or do you believe YouTube creators that are giving a different narrative to those lights, right? Or do you think LE was wrong in their conclusion? And that it did happen. But again, according to Seth, the timestamp, they were told that the timestamp, had stopped, whatever it was, had stopped. But that it worked fine. By Binocular Bobby said that talking to that camera neighbor, whatever, that the time worked properly on the day before and the day after, but that particular time For some reason, the camera time stopped. Why? You know, coincidence? Not. Something just glitched. That particular same day, Sebastian disappeared. Who knows? On there. I think that was meant to say I wouldn't hire him to find a lost, or maybe he did mean I would hire him to find a lost shoe. Okay, wait.
Yeah, I asked her. I said would or wouldn't, and she said wouldn't.
I would not. Yeah. Okay. So with that being said, we're gonna head out of here. Thank you guys so much. Please hit that like button. Thank you, Melissa, for your time. Nice to see you, Alexa and Charmaine tonight, and everyone that's in chat. And of course, Charmaine had her show. 25 months she's been, and she was like, is that still a Rickroll? But anyways, so thank you guys for that. You know what? There's a video that I want to look for through Sweetie Pie Lowe's, and if I find it, I'll probably do a live tomorrow, depending. And don't hold me to that, but I probably, if I do find it, I will do a live tomorrow after work, because I'm off at half an hour early, because I worked a half an hour later the other day. So I'm off at like 3:30 my time. I'm just for anyone that doesn't know me on the channel, I am from Vancouver, Canada area, and so obviously it's 12:18 Pacific Standard Time here versus 3:18 Eastern Standard Time versus England, different times, yeah, and all that. Melissa has one. I think it's called American Justice. Is that your channel name, right?
Yeah, something like that. Let me grab it.
Good night. Oh, Justin. Oh yeah, you're talking. Wait, are you talking? Justin from Clutch Them Pearls. Bless Nana. Please check your messenger. Oh, fine, Alexa. Check my messenger.
So demanding, Alexa.
When you are done the show, can you show 2 pics to Mark? I went to see the Rockefeller Xmas. Okay, 1 second. Nope. Okay. 1 second. I guess I can't quite leave the live yet. Okay, there you go. Right. And yeah, Australia 718. Okay, thanks, bless Nana. Okay, so Alexa lives in New York area, and let's see here. So this is a video of the, I guess, the Rockefeller tree lighting. How many lights there's on, eh? That thing's huge.
I think that's a lights with a tree somewhere in there, but I think that's more lights.
I know. On there. So anyways, that's beautiful. And then to take this is the picture that it's just the standstill picture of it. Look at that sucker, eh? Imagine putting big Christmas presents underneath that sucker. Anyways, I'm sure that looks amazing in person on there. And yeah, okay. Well, I did show them. That's the only 2 that you sent me, correct? Was the little video and then the picture, if I'm not mistaken here. Yeah.
I always thought that tree was bigger. I don't know why, but it looks smaller
big
than my picture.
It's huge. That's a huge tree. If you're standing beside it, you're not even going to touch the bottom branch. It's huge. Yeah, I bet if you were standing right beside it, you go, holy shit, this is big.
Probably. That's probably because I don't know. I've always seen like where they're up close to it. So maybe that's why it feels like it's smaller, because he's not right there by it. You know, when they do like news things like they used to do. I want to say Good Morning America or something like that right by it.
You know, it's funny in so many ways when you get older, but in so many ways, it's like Christmas just came. Like it felt like it was stretching out for quite a while, but then it's just like the minute you start getting to like the 20th and that, then it's like bloop, gone. Wait, what? New Year's, okay. But it just feels like, and then it's almost like, oh my God, now life, like here you go from this absolute, to me, this bless of, like this blissfulness of Christmas time coming, pretty lights, nicer people, all the stuff. And then all of a sudden, in a New York minute, right, Alexa? All of a sudden, after January 1st comes and life resets, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Now I got to go another year again. All right. And then you put in your head, you tell yourself, you know what? This is going to be a great year, 2025. Woohoo. When really you're going, fuck it. Life sucks. Got to start another year again. But it's like you go from this happiness to this, shit. Guess got to go come back down to reality again. Maybe I'm wrong in thinking that, but it's how I
I'm
feel.
the same.
I'm like, no, I wanted to stay pretty lights, that niceness of Christmas time vibe type of thing. And, just the prettiness of it all and lights and people being happier. And you just feel like, family and hugs and kisses and, shit like that. And Christmas tree presents underneath and stuff like that. And then it all just goes to shit right after once December 31st happens. Yeah. I know. And I'm not talking about you bah humbug people that don't like Christmas. I'm talking about the true spirit people that truly enjoy Christmas and we hate seeing it go away. Yeah. Thanks, bless Nana. Anyways, thank you for coming over here from Clutch Some Pearls. And if you're in there, you can say Sunny says thank you for getting some of the subscribers from over there too. Again, just trying to bring a voice for the voiceless and speak up and talk about Sebastian Rogers' case, but most importantly, just keep awareness to his case. So again, share the video, share the live, share stuff on your social media, Twitter, whenever you can, for any of the missing children that are out there. Because again, as if it was your child, you would want people to care as well back. So, right? What you put out to the universe, expect to get back from the universe, whether that be good or bad. All right, Tori, you take care. Alexa, you're a newbie too. Nice having you around, for a long time here, Alexa. I don't really know. We vaguely see her, just like Charmaine. It's like, who are these people now? Barely see them since Christmas stuff and everything, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, but yeah. Anyways, Melissa, thanks for of course joining tonight, and thanks everybody else. And 5 hours, we got to quit before 6 hours comes along. It's showing 5 hours and 50 minutes.
Oh my gosh, no wonder I'm exhausted.
I know that yesterday's one was 5 hours and like 31 minutes, right? Time goes by though when you're, and to be honest with you, I could probably, if I didn't have to work in the morning, I could probably still go another couple hours because I've had enough sleep today. Every time I was watching the Mob Cruise video on this certain thing, I kept falling asleep. You guys don't know how much that guy can put me to sleep. I turned it on. Next thing you know, I'm out for an hour, play it again about 10, 15 minutes later. And that's why I woke up to you today going, yeah, I fell asleep again, so I got a late start to the day.
Never mind, we are having that live at this time. We got to push it back. I just woke up.
Alexa, we're proof. Alexa, proof. Charmaine showed proof. Yeah, Miss Dog Lover showed proof. Where's your proof, Alexa? Anyways, love you guys. You guys have a good one. I'm gonna hit the well, let's just do this before we go. Put a lot of green hearts out for Sebastian. You guys, yeah, throw up some green hearts for Sebastian before we go. Then we'll let you go. Come on now. Don't be shy. Don't be lazy. Give Sebastian some green love. Green with envy.
I gotta find them first.
Yeah, type in the word green. Oh, there she goes. There's proof. Yeah. Okay, fine. I guess that's proof, Alexa. On there. Look at Mark. Ooh, there's a solid 1 green heart. It still counts. It's better than 0, eh? Anyways. Okay, you guys, take care. We're out of here. Have a good night and possibly see you tomorrow. Okay. Bye-bye.